All right, we're doing this. Hello. Hello. Hmm. I can. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, you might. I mean, you might.
I'm not muted. Hmm.
Anyway, hey, what's up, guys? Thank you guys for joining. While waiting for Yo to unmute his mic. Today.
Uh-oh. Hello. Should be working. By default. Maybe it's on this for some reason. This technology is primitive. How do I unmute the mic? It's. Oh. So he's saying that I need to unmute my mic, but I don't know. I don't. I don't know. Oh, oh, there we go. I figured it out. You there? I figured it out, I swear. Why y'all doing this while WrestleMania is happening? I don't watch wrestling. I don't do that. That's not my thing. Maybe because I'm a liberal. Oh. Okay. Okay. He's starting it again. This is exciting. I love to have these discussions, so we'll see how this turns out. This isn't everybody's cup of tea. You're not offending me if it isn't your cup of tea. Um, this is my cup of tea, and I like having these discussions. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Okay, here we go. Details not available. Details not available again. What's going on here? Butchered that. Wow. Whatever. What's going on? Nope. How do you even host a space? How do you even do that? How do you even do that? Oh, something went wrong. Please try again later. What is happening? The first one worked. Just do that again. I won't be a moron. I'll lie to you, I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited. I never got to do this before. Ugh. Come on, man. Figure this platform out. See, I'm the liberal. I don't Twitter. Oof. It is not the liberals' day on Twitter anymore. I'm not the one with the burden of having to know Twitter. How the fuck do you even do this? Rock. Yeah, right. feel like I'm getting pranked now. What's going on? What is going on? I also don't like why are we doing Twitter? Like there's Discord. They seem to wanted to do a Twitter space. So I was like, okay. Discord is super easy. You can do anything else. Ooh, ooh, there we go. I don't need to learn shit. Yep, we got it. We got it. Yeah, got it. Okay. Okay. Oh, why is it giving me so many pop-ups? Hello? Hello?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, sorry
Okay.
about that. My X space was glitching out. It took me like 4 times to actually get it going.
Okay. Well, we got it.
Yep, that's cool. All right, cool, awesome. Yeah, like I had a couple of people in there join, but yeah, yeah, I lost them because yeah, it glitched out. Hopefully they'll be back pretty shortly.
The
Let me
show.
see what's up. Give me a sec. All right, so what's up? Let's get started real quick.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was waiting for the people to get in. They'll probably filter in, hopefully. But yeah, anyway, yeah, we've been meaning to have this conversation for a long time. I was super busy, so and I said I have this discussion. So first off, thank you for coming on.
of course.
Yeah, may as well let the people know who you are.
Yeah. Well, I am a tournament organizer. I've been doing this for about 3 years now, coming on 4 years. I've been a competitor in the Smash community for the last 10 years, and I've been like super involved with politics like my whole entire adult life. So, yeah,
Mhm.
it's just those are my two big passions. So, if you can't tell, um,
Yeah, no, I can clearly, yeah, no, yeah, no, I can clearly tell. It's just that, yeah, like obviously you see in these competitive gaming spaces, it's a pretty divisive topic, to say the least.
of course, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, for sure. But yeah, hopefully we can talk. Like point of this conversation was basically to come to a come to an understanding like about each other's viewpoints because I feel like in heated discussion, especially on Twitter, like text lacks context and people's like views, especially when you don't have X premium, they get widely misconstrued.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's something I said in my original post that kind of got like blown up. Like the response to that is literally like this is a horrible platform to have these conversations on because literally like you are limited by the amount you can type. So that makes it so nuance and like in-depth discussion just aren't promoted at all. So
Yeah.
that's why I really don't like having these discussions on this platform. Um, there's a whole bunch of reasons I don't even like this platform much anymore, but I won't even go into that. But just having these discussions on this platform just tend to be a nightmare because people can't really get their whole thoughts across. So yeah,
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna try. So give me a second. I'm gonna try to invite people, see if they can join the space, just to make
okay,
sure that it's not glitched out, and then we'll start for real.
for sure. Are we doing chat? I think we got this. Feeling good. I think we I'm good when I get going, you know. I'm good when I get going. I'm excited though. Because that's the thing. It's like everything about this sort of stuff is like I get like so much better when I'm like in the moment. Like I might be nervous, but then when I get going, it just flows. It's kind of like how I like hosting events. It's the exact same thing. I enjoy hosting events. Um, but you know, I'll get nervous beforehand. But then when I'm in it, it is just smooth sailing, super easy, and I love it. It flows. I think that's a sign of when you're like
All right, cool.
good at something.
All right, cool. I sent some people some more invites. Looks like people like I don't see anybody joining yet. You know, I sent some DMs. I put a tweet out there. You know, hopefully people can join. Like I'm worried that's good. I'm worried that's glitched out again. But yeah, hopefully it's recording.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, but yeah, I guess the whole point of this conversation, it's not really so much politics per se. It's more so like well, I mean, of course, you know, I'm interested in hearing your viewpoint, but
Yeah.
so I'm, I guess I'll start by asking what are your thoughts on politics in the scene in the sense that like I noticed that there's a large contingent of people. I mean, because I understand the Everton Smash are very liberal. You know, like I live in New York City. You know, I'm
Yeah.
OG. Like grew up and was born with the scene, right? But when I grew up, um, when the way I grew up was that like in my competitive circuit, you know, nobody really cared like about the political view so much, right? More so, it was more so it's more so the gameplay, right? Like people care more about the gameplay. Like you know, like everything else became secondary. Oh, there's like some people were joining, which is pretty good. So yeah, like I'm just trying. I'm just. I guess my question is like I'm trying to figure out your viewpoints on that because my whole thing is it's like it's really bothering me that people are I mean it's okay to disagree, but I feel like people are being excluded from competition specifically like for their views. So I just want to know your thoughts on that.
Well, yeah. So I have a lot of thoughts about this because something I'm like really passionate about is community. That's like something I'm very passionate about. It's something I really
Of
find
course,
important. So
without community we have nothing.
exactly. So my question, my retort is pretty much, why would we want to make anybody feel excluded? Um, and obviously, there's a difference from being actively hateful, but then there's also the like subtleties that keep people from feeling like they are allowed in the scene or welcomed in the scene. So I see a lot, especially from people like you. I'm not trying to attack,
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna attack you. Don't worry about it. Like, you know, it's definitely a conversation. You know, like
but
at the end of it, you know, we'll take questions from the space. But yeah, it's more like a one-on-one, just to see. Just I just want to understand like the opposite point of view. That's all.
well, it's like I see things that make it feel like people wouldn't be like certain people, especially like trans people, would not feel comfortable being in a community with people who say certain things that like you would say online. Um, and I think that's really important. I think it's important to not cultivate a space like that. I think it's important to cultivate a space that's welcoming to everybody. Um, and because it's not just about like you having a difference of opinion. It's about like the vibes and like I know that can be very nebulous, but I think it's important. I really do. I think it's important that the vibes are good. People feel like they can be themselves and they don't feel like they have to like hide who they are in a community of people who are already kind of marginalized in the sense that like people in the FGC and Smash tend to be more reserved, like socially like not as
Yeah, socially
outgoing.
awkward for sure.
Yeah, one
Yeah,
hundred percent,
for sure.
100%. So it really like we're already that. We're already that. And that's why you see a lot of people who aren't like traditionally like accepted in society find a home in these spaces because it's already a group of misfits. It's already a group of people who aren't traditionally accepted. So I that's really why I think it's important to not even be hostile, but to be honestly more welcoming towards these people. I also like and you said something about like it used to be about the game. I really reject that kind of thinking because like yeah, the game's important. I love the game. That's obviously why I'm involved in esports. I love Smash. It's like my favorite thing. I wouldn't have been doing it for 10 years otherwise, but it's not it like the game can only happen if we have a community around it. And I don't think that being um telling people to not exclude people is not thinking about the game because it's thinking about the game. It's getting our message out to the most amount of people. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm standing on that.
Yeah, no, like, yeah, no, definitely, and thank you for sharing your viewpoint. I do agree, like about on about 75% of it.
Hmm.
Like, obviously, where I disagree is that where like it becomes like about. So I guess my next question is so maybe I should explain to you the viewpoint from somebody that's OG FGC, right? So I've been playing since '87, and the community at first was very inclusive. Like in the arcade scene, you had gangbangers, you had like drug dealers, you had like doctors, professors, school students, even gay people. They were all playing each other,
Yeah,
right? And like in my scene with the where I grew up, nobody was nobody was treated differently, and like nobody was special. Meaning, like, if you got raised equally, right? But the interesting thing about it was, and this is kind of like talking about your last point before I started talking, is some of the most hype matches that I've ever seen in tournament play, right? And this is before transgender really became popular. It was just like gay people, right? Were literally people in the arcade talking shit like about a gay person, right? And then they meet up in tournament, and then like the tension right there, like that natural tension, from the quote unquote bigot, versus like the marginalized gay person
yeah,
would play out in tournament, right? And what would happen is like there'll be times where the gay person would actually beat the quote unquote bigot, and it was
yeah,
so freaking hype to watch. And because it was natural and not forced based on ideology, what ended up happening is that everybody would come to a mutual respect just based off the skill in the game. So in other words, the ideology didn't really matter, and we didn't have to police it. Like, people became friends, even if somebody didn't agree with one's lifestyle or views. So like, I just wanted to ask, like, so like, I guess one of the reasons why I'm so loud and vocal about it is that it definitely feels forced. It definitely feels forced, and like, it's like a gray line, like between like allowing people and not allowing them. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on that? Like, I just want to give like an opposing viewpoint, like like about what I think. I mean, I do agree. Of course, it should be inclusive for everybody. At the same time, people are humans, and obviously, like, if people didn't love the game, there wouldn't be a community to run tournaments off of. Like, I think if the incentive is there, regardless of if people like don't like each other, you know, it all kind of works. It all kind of works out in the end. And like, I definitely prioritize like the game over that, in the sense that without you having like a drive, like when I was growing up, people bullied me in the arcade, and I had like a drive to beat them. I didn't like what they had to say, but once we talk in the game and I beat their ass, it felt so good. It felt so freaking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure many people who have been part of these communities can have an experience like that. Um, I guess where I want to go with that is say, okay, I don't want to get too hypothetical, but
Hmm.
say I'm in the South. Say I'm in like Georgia or Texas, not even
Sure.
Georgia,
Sure.
Texas.
Sure.
I'm
So red state, pretty much
Yeah.
conservative state.
Well, yeah, but that's not even the part that really matters. Let's say that the scene there is primarily white, and I show up, and I'm a black guy. What? And let's say they're talking shit, and they're saying something about like how like they're not gonna let a black guy beat them at whatever game at Smash.
Hmm.
And do I have to beat them to earn respect from them?
Yeah, like, so like that's kind of the point. So yeah, so like that's kind of the point of competition. You can't. It becomes tricky because it's hard to police how people think and feel, and obviously everybody's not gonna think the same. But that's kind of like what competition and a meritocracy is about. So it's like, obviously it's not always ideal, and like, yeah, like, if you don't like that speech, definitely speak up against it. But like, we're definitely in America. We're definitely in America. It's kind of hard to police people from being an asshole, and like that's where the heavy handedness of like banning people comes in, which I kind of don't like. Like, one of the sickest players can be assholes, straight up.
For sure.
Yeah, and like, like, by banning them, it's like, how you gonna? I mean, obviously it's not an ideal situation. You obviously want everybody to get along. But you ban them, how are you gonna advance the meta of the game? You know what I'm saying?
I I reject that idea. I don't think by banning somebody we're like preventing the meta of the game to be explored. Um and I think even if we were, because like say that person's like the best player, like you're still preventing like other people from experiencing some sort of like harm or whatever from that person. And I think that's always going to be worth it. Um because like I really don't like that it seems like you're conflating like prowess in the game with value of a individual. That kind of seems like where you're going.
No, no, it's not.
Okay.
It's not like the best people. The best people can be assholes. Like, I'm just saying, just by the fact of excluding people because they're assholes, just by having less players by proxy, it doesn't advance the meta. That's just a fact right there. The less
I
people playing,
agree with that.
yeah, the less people. So it becomes a question of, do you want to prioritize, like, like a quote unquote safe space, or do you really want to play the game? And like, if you do want to be a safe space, like, is it even like, is the tournament even have prestige? If like, people who are the best, like, can't play. Now I do agree. If somebody breaks the law, or
Yeah.
somebody's super belligerent, like at an event, like, like really like stalking somebody, and just disrupting the event, making so that it can't function, breaking equipment and stuff like that. Obviously you eject them. But like, that's why, like, I try to follow the line of, you should only really ban people, if they break the law.
Okay.
And like,
I I have sympathies to that point of
mm,
view for sure.
yeah, and like, And like obviously in a competitive environment, there's going to be cliques of players. Like the gay people are going to hang out with each other. The people in their own region are going to hang out with each other, et cetera, et cetera. There's always cliques. There's always cliques and stuff like that, right? And like I guess where I'm going with this is that um let me rewind a little bit, like in past history, right? So when the OGs and the FGC and Smash came up, they actually let like all of the gay and trans people in. They didn't have a problem. Like yeah, like they raised them. They called them slurs and stuff like that. But in the end, the LGBT crowd that came into the FGC, they were a younger crowd, and obviously the older people like myself phased out, so they ended up taking over. But once that happened, it I guess my issue with it is it obviously everybody loved the game, but it became like a situation where people said their views, right, and they strongly tried to dissuade or petition to the TOs to ban people for things that aren't necessarily proven in a court of law, or things that can be like that are very asshole kind of things, but not necessarily like against the law, and like
Yeah.
that's kind of damaging for the scene too. So like I guess my point is like I'm trying to find like a middle ground in which everybody can coexist, so we can get back to the shared common interest of what we love. Because one of the most beautiful things about fighting games and Smash, and I've always felt this way, is that it's super diverse. Every walk of life
Yeah.
plays the game, and I think like that's super super awesome. And like now like it's getting to like a weird point where it's like now like if you're not like constantly virtue signaling, right, and you're not constantly going with the hive mind, it's like you kind of get shot out of competition, and like that definitely kind of sucks. And what ends up happening is on a global scale, what I've seen across all the titles, right, the regions that don't practice that and they just let people play, they tend to be the strongest region in the end.
I personally don't care if a region is stronger or weaker based on the people they allow into their scene. Um, that to me is kind of a non-starter. Um, I value the community over the potency of the players. Um, like hands down, I really don't see an argument where that like who cares if my scene is the best scene if everybody's like an asshole? Like I really wouldn't care. I really wouldn't care. I wouldn't want to be a part of that scene either.
So
Yeah.
so like that's a totally fair viewpoint to have. And I think that like although I disagree, I think one of the beauties about FTC and Smash specifically is that there's no body that controls the overall scene. Like, well, I mean, obviously, Smash is a CSRP, so it's a little bit different, and they kind of do have like a body that has influence over the scene as a whole. But like, my counterpoint to that is if you hold that view, is it really even a tournament then, or is it a social gathering?
I don't
You
see
know what I'm
why it's
saying?
not both.
Because like tournaments are about finding out. Tournaments first and foremost are always about finding out who the best player is.
Sure.
That's why I'm saying like obviously like it could be a tournament, but it obviously doesn't have as much competitive legitimacy if you ban the best players, just because like they're assholes, stuff like that. And like I think that sucks too. I mean, like I said, like I totally understand. I totally understand where you're coming from. I just think that like because of that, that's why there's a divide right now, because there's a segment of people that prioritize the game second, and there's a segment of and like like the players that really want to advance the better, they just want to play the game, and like there's like a real divide right now.
I I just I guess I really don't. I I get that. And I also want what you're saying. I want tournaments to be a way to find the best players. But I don't want a player to be a part of my scene who's actively being bigoted and exclusive towards other people, because that, in a sense, also limits competition. Because while, yeah, a bigot existing doesn't keep people away inherently, like it's not like they're saying, oh, you're not allowed to compete because you're this or that. It keeps people away socially. It straight up does. If you are bigoted, you are inherently keeping people away from your scene. That is what, or not keeping them away, but you are dissuading them from showing up because you are showing like hostility towards them. So I guess I would like to like propose that you're actually doing your scene a favor if you are keeping bigots out, because that is allowing more people to feel welcomed and coming into the scene, and therefore increasing the amount of people in the scene. And yeah, say even if like one of the people you have to exclude was a really good player, but they were a bigot, like, okay, they're gone now, but more people are feeling welcomed in the scene, so it kind of evens out. And maybe because of that, somebody else gets involved and they end up being really good. Like I think overall that still is a rise, like it still rises the tides of the entire scene compared
So
to excluding just
yeah,
not
no,
excluding bigots.
I totally understand you. I totally understand your viewpoint, and that explains to me a little bit better. Couple of counterpoints to that. So number one, like I guess I have three counterpoints, right?
Okay.
So the number one, my first counterpoint is, and like you can answer as I say it. So um, if there was if there was a financial incentive, so obviously people show up to tournaments. So obviously we know the tournaments are an ecosystem, right? Right? Like obviously the top players are at the top of the food chain, right? And like they're the
Uh,
ones that attract the stream numbers and they get people to fly out and stuff like that, right? Right. So I guess what I'm asking is, so do you feel like if there was a financial incentive to tournaments, do you think that people would still not show up if there was a quote unquote bigot there? Like let's say the money was like really really good, because right now like what I'm seeing is I don't know if you pay attention to the FGC in general, but right now like what's happening is, oh, well actually what's happening in North America in general is that, and this is obviously due to factors like, outside of like your view. Tournaments like a lot of grassroots and local tournaments are dying because there's a whole segment where it's like, like obviously people that are considered marginalized, they're showing up at the local spaces and they're throwing events, right? But they're not able to, like, from a financial standpoint, they're not able to have like enough numbers to sustain like their local scenes. So I'm sure you know this, like a lot of these tournament scenes, like, they operate at a loss.
yeah, of
They operate
course.
like, yeah, they definitely operate at a loss. So you kind of have to subsidize. You kind of have to subsidize things, to keep it going. So
Yeah.
as a result, I would argue that as a result, grassroots is dying because you're excluding like a part of the population. Well, obviously LGBT is a minority in America, right? And
Yeah.
if the scene is full of LGBT and you exclude two-thirds of the population, which are either neutral or just don't agree with the view, how can the scene stay sustainable? And like my second point to that is, if you see what's going on in Saudi Arabia, obviously a lot of people that are pro LGBT, they're having a problem. They have a big problem, and they're very outspoken about what's happening in Saudi Arabia. Like just the fact that they're running tournaments, they're really like against it.
Mhm.
Obviously because you can't show public displays of affection in public. Well, not only for transgender, but for straight couples as well.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they,
If
they
you're
really have a
not
big,
a
yeah,
Muslim person, you can't. Yeah.
yeah. Like so, but they have such like a large financial incentive to play that like all the top players are showing up anyway, and like they're all supporting like that region, right? So yeah. So I guess my question is, it's like, how are you going to be able to sustain like a local scene? Like, if you're keeping out, if you're prioritizing keeping out people, for wrong think against a minority group.
Because I
It's
think for the
hard. It's
most
hard.
part we don't have that problem. I like so I'm well aware that like almost every esports event runs at a deficit. That is like obviously if you've worked in esports you understand that. Um but I don't think it's because we're keeping people out. I think a lot of people are still I think a lot of people with bigoted views like they still go to these events. Um they still exist in these spaces and they just stay quiet because they're definitely a minority in these spaces. Then they've seen what happens if they are like called out for being a bigot in these spaces.
Well, yeah, they still exist. Yeah, I mean, they still exist, but like I've noticed across the board, like the stream numbers for a lot of these majors are going down. It's definitely not what it was 10 years ago, like 10, 15 years ago when Smash and FGC first started. The stream numbers were like a lot. The stream numbers were like a lot better. Like the ecosystem, like the ecosystem was definitely bigger. It was just like at some point, and I think this happened during COVID, especially where everything went online and people were forced to play on net play.
Yeah.
That's when the power dynamic. That's when the power dynamic changed, and there
Um.
was a clear divide. And there was a clear divide from people that show up to online events and people that play offline. And then when we got out of COVID, it got really political, like really fast. It was weird.
Well, I
It
I
was weird.
I wouldn't put that all on just like
Well, no, it's not. I mean, obviously,
like the
like
whole
I mean,
world got very polarized during COVID.
yeah, yeah. And like the thing is, like the games themselves, they were supposed to be like an escape from all of that. Like one of the beauty things about fighting games is I didn't have to talk about politics. Like I didn't care who you were or where you were from, as long as you played the game. Like that's really all I cared about. And like I guess that's one of the reasons why I'm so vocal online because like I said, I don't know if you know my history, but I used to be very pro trans rights. I used to be very, 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 very pro trans rights to the point where I was raising money for them. I helped bring up the anime FGC, which is a very minority group. A lot of those people that play anime games, the same as Smash. Like, a lot of them are gay and transgender. I was very welcoming and put them on the mic. But then somewhere along the line, it really, it really took like a turn in a direction that I didn't want to see. Where it was like it became the type of environment that you're proposing, where it's like the safe space, the safe space took more priority than actually finding out who the best player was. And I guess my counterpoint, so my counterpoint to that is I have one glaring example of a player that transcended all of that that was gay and trans. Are you familiar with Ricky Ortiz? Do you know
No,
that player?
no.
Okay, so you might want to look Ricky up. So Ricky is a long time old school FGC player. Started playing like in the late 90s. Became prominent like around 2000 2001, right? And this was before transgender was even a thing. And Ricky was a openly gay player.
real
Openly gay
quick.
player.
Trans people have been around for like thousands of years. That
Oh yeah,
I
yeah. Like I'm talking. I know. But wait, just just hear me out here. This is before they transitioned. They were
okay,
gay at the time. It's
okay.
before this. It's pre-transition, right? So that person, like specifically, they rose to the top of the FGC and became one of the best players in the world, right? And it was a scene where literally, like I should upload video of this sometime. Like literally, so there was this one tournament. So the very first tournament that I went to, I was super hype, and it had East Coast versus West Coast. It was a tournament called East Coast Championship Six, and it was in 2000, and it was from Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, Capcom versus SNK 1, and Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, right? And the big game was Marvel vs. Capcom 2. This is the tournament that Justin Wong rose to prominence in, right?
Okay.
Long story short, it was basically like a 28-hour tournament, right? The tournament ended at like 9 in the morning on a Monday because it was all arcade machines. We didn't have that many setups, right? So it was a situation where Ricky Ortiz literally went, and this pre-transition. I mean, the pre and post doesn't really matter here. It's just like the part where I'm trying to explain where it's like uh, a marginalized person went into like a bigoted environment and actually got the respect of everybody, right? So basically, Ricky came to the East Coast and played in a 200-man Marvel tournament, and the East Coast was considered the best at Marvel vs. Capcom 2 at the time because that was where Justin Long became famous. And like Ricky played through a 28-hour tournament, and the East Coast is a very hostile environment, like because it's the
I know.
arcade scene. So people were just
I know.
talking shit. People were just talking shit constantly, right? Like nonstop. They want him to lose, right? So they're like, so they're literally calling him. So literally throughout the whole tournament, the entire East Coast is just like on Ricky's neck, calling him slurs, calling him all sorts of any nasty thing you could
Yes.
possibly mention, right? Ricky got to the grand final still. And this was people throwing ice in Ricky's face, calling all sorts of slurs and everything. She just powered through it all. She just powered through it all and beat everybody. Ricky ended up losing to Justin Wong in the finals, like 4-3 or something like that, at like 9 in the morning. But at the end of it, and this is the beautiful part, at the end of it, Ricky earned the respect of the entire East Coast and the entire FGC in general. And they became a beloved player. Became a beloved player. Because the East Coast scene, even though they were quote unquote bigots, they really respected the fact that like a gay player was able to go in a hostile environment and just beat ass. Like that shit was godlike. Like I was there watching it all. It was amazing to watch. Ended up being one of the best players in the world, like hands down. Ended up playing in the first USA versus Japan showdown, like shortly after, I think in 2002, and was a top player all the way up until Street Fighter Five when Ricky stopped being active. So like I just wanted to ask like your thoughts on that in general, and I guess the reason why I bring that up is because I want you to understand like a counterpoint that like you might not know because it's older history, but I feel like it's really important and like it's more so to highlight an example that even in a situation where people have opposing views, they can still be friends at the end of the day. And I think like that becomes really lost if start policing speech.
What does okay. Um First off, that's an awesome story.
Yeah, I
Um
know it's beautiful. It's
it's
beautiful. I
it's
love telling
it's
the
a
story.
great story. It'd be good enough for a movie.
Yeah, like there are several documentaries about Ricky. You can look it up.
I should look into that. But
Mhm.
what I will say, do you think it was right what happened to Ricky?
No, no, no. I don't think it's good. No, of course, like I don't think it's good, right?
Okay.
But of course, I don't think it's good. But I do say, like, in spite of that, everybody ended up getting along at the end of the day, and we all had dinner together. And after that, after Ricky beat the respect out of everybody on the East Coast, there were no more slurs. There were no more slurs. My God, like it was all like, oh shit, like the gay player is gonna come fuck me up in the game, and like everybody just laughed, like, haha. You call me the F slur, but you can't beat my ass. Hold that shit. And like that shit was awesome. That shit was awesome, and it was natural. It was natural. It's beautiful. And like, we're never gonna have that if we come to a. I want that to come back. I want that to come back because it shows like the beauty of competitive spacing. But I feel like we're never gonna have that if we're policing speech. So like I guess like I'm trying to come to a middle. I'm trying to find out what the middle ground is. And and thanks for having the conversation, by the way. I appreciate it.
Of course. But so I really don't understand. Like, and so again, that's a fucking awesome story. That's a great story of somebody like persevering in the face of like real like fucked up like bigoted um competition.
And not only that, they became a top player. Became a
Yeah,
top player just because they wanted to beat the biggest.
and that's awesome. That's
Mhm.
really great. I don't think somebody should have to be better than me at a game to earn my respect. That's where
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
at.
Yeah, like that's a totally yeah no. I mean that's totally valid view, and like you're more than welcome to have that view. But like I guess where we draw, like I guess I'm kind of seeing clearly like what the difference is. Like where do we draw the line? That's the
Well, I
thing. Like
think
I
it
feel like
is at
the line gets
bigotry.
drawn very differently, and it's not evenly enforced.
I think it is at bigotry because you're describing like something that was a great story, a great moment. I don't think every moment in the FGC and Smash has happened because of a bigot proving a bunch or a from a marginalized person proving a bunch of bigots wrong. I don't think that's the narrative all the time. And I think there have probably been, for every story like that, there are probably tens to 20, like thousands, maybe even 1,000 for every one example like that of people who have been in the scene and felt unwelcomed because of who they are. I think that is much more likely. Um, and again, that's an amazing story. And I don't even think that again, I would love to see, I actually am totally gonna look into that later.
Yeah, go look. Yeah, yeah, I'll send you some. I'll send you some links. I'll send you some links after the stream.
For sure.
And like, no, you're totally right. Like, like, like that's obviously like a marquee case, and like more often than not, like people come. There are people that do come to events and they feel like, oh, like I'm bullied. Like I don't feel welcome in the space.
Yeah,
That, but yeah, like I guess it's kind of. I guess that's why there's a divide. That's why there's a divide right now. There's people that prioritize the having a safe space over the tournament, and there's people that prioritize the game over any of that. And I guess like I'm more of an old school guy, so like I'm more like about Darwinism, survival of the fittest, and like I do. And you come from a streamer's perspective, I do know like coming from a streamer perspective, like not even bigot versus like a marginalized person. I would say that beef that's natural and not force always makes for the best content.
I
And like
agree.
when you do have a situation, my worry is when you do have a situation where you're prioritizing like what you find important over what I find important, it does make for it doesn't always make for the most entertaining content, and like the scene just kind of just it's flat. Like people love a good rivalry. I hope like I do hope we can find. I do hope that the community can find a middle ground. And I guess like, and I guess that the other reason, I guess the other point I wanted to make is like, yeah, like if you ban people for bigotry, okay, that's understood. I don't necessarily think that the rules are evenly enforced,
Okay.
which is also like a big issue, and why people like are really rejecting, and why there's kind of a divide. Because there'll be a situation where it's like because like I've commonly seen situations where like somebody will get policed or censored or not allowed at a tournament for hate speech, but if a marginalized person does the same thing, like people kind of turn a blind eye. So like that's kind of why like I'm at the point where like I want to keep it within like to make it simple for everybody. It should be within like what's allowed by law and what's not, because then it becomes kind of dicey, and like that's also not healthy either.
Okay. Um
Yeah, if you notice, like if you notice, the conversation is not really like about trying to get you to change your point of view, but just trying to
no,
see.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because like it's totally fine to be disagree. I'm fine with that.
I guess so yeah, obviously favoritism of people totally messed up. I think that's something we saw specifically in the Smash scene with the hack situation. Like obviously that's fucked up and it shouldn't happen.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's
Um
it's a tragedy.
it is I don't agree with a lot of like that these guys are specifically responsible and I don't really want to touch all that right now.
Yeah, yeah, it's okay. We don't have to touch that right now. 'Cause like I said, like I'm not really trying to enforce my view. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, and this was really helpful for me to understand where you're coming from. And I think by having a conversation and talking to you, it gives me ideas to try to find like a middle ground.
Well, and I wanted to say I also agree with that yeah, the favoritism is messed up, but where is it going too far in your opinion? Do you think somebody shouldn't be banned for just espousing hateful views? Do you think that's just too far? Like, is that the example that you would like want to see changed?
I think where it goes too far. I mean, I think where it goes too far is that where it becomes like rules for me are not rules for thee.
Okay.
Because right now a situation I'm sure you can agree where the people that are running the current ecosystems, they're either trans and this is not a problem in itself, right? Like they're either trans friendly, which is fine, or they're LGBT, which is again totally fine. The problem with that is not so much that like their lifestyle is that they're very selective with the enforcement. Like that's the biggest issue.
Okay. Um, I see that. I see that, and I acknowledge that, and I think you're correct about that. But I don't think that is a reason to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There,
Yeah, no,
I think
sure,
we
sure,
should fight
yeah, sure.
for.
I can totally agree with. No, I can totally agree with that. There, I guess like the middle ground is like I guess like maybe let me know if you agree with this middle ground or not. I guess like the middle ground would be is if like the rules are very clear and they're equally enforced, which is hard because people are humans and they have their own
Yeah,
biases. So it becomes a situation where it's like I mean, bro, like both sides feel disenfranchised. I mean, I definitely feel disenfranchised, and obviously the trans people, they're not feeling too happy either. And like it's a situation where it's like everybody's just yelling at each other, and like nothing advances. It just gets worse. It just gets worse. And like obviously, you see me go ham on Twitter. You see me go ham on Twitter. Like I'm very outspoken in my views, and like I'm sure I've said a ton of things that you don't agree with.
of
But
course.
obviously, like me talking to you right now, like I mean, like I would hope that will come off as reasonable to you, and you can understand my position a little bit better.
Well, I guess I just don't understand the solution you think would help. Like I really don't see that. If anything, I see you wanting to not have speech policed, which is totally valid. But does that mean that trans people just like have to deal with the hate speech? Is that just something you think should happen? Do you think it creates better stories, so that's why it's okay, or like
No, yeah, like that's kind of where it becomes. That's kind of where it becomes like a little bit murky, right? Because then, like, okay, so that's what. So obviously, so I guess like I feel like if somebody's going ham online, you can't really police that as much. If somebody does it in a venue and they're super loud and belligerent, then sure, you can regulate that. But like, it becomes like online, like it's a lot harder to police the speech, and it becomes like it becomes this kind of like this weird dynamic where it's like I mean, obviously like you don't want people openly hating. You don't want people openly hating, but it's like how can you even police that? And then like and then the counterpoint to that is that what if it, obviously since LGBT is a minority, what if the players that are quote unquote bigots and not bigots just create their own scene? Like that's kind of why the alternative scene is starting to get traction. Obviously it's smaller than the mainstream scene, but I feel like over the course of time, if it gets to because like, let's be honest, the number of people banned in Smash is pretty high. It's like 500 people or something. And like obviously I don't know all the cases because I'm not a
yeah.
Smash player, right? But if it gets to the point, like I feel like what's gonna happen is it's gonna get to a point where economic and natural forces take over, and like if the majority of people in the U.S. create their own scene and they don't ban people, there might be a situation where it's like, yeah, like the people that are marginalized don't even be playing with themselves, and then everybody else that's either a quote unquote bigot or like just left of center or right of center make their own tournaments, then like they're gonna lose the control they have over the scene, naturally, just because people are gonna shift. I would say that people are gonna shift more towards the competition aspect than the safe space stuff. So I'm trying to head that. And obviously, like I want a scene where everybody plays. I don't want there to be two alternative scenes. I don't think that's healthy.
Yeah.
But like that's what I see. That's sorry about that. I'm kind of outside, so I'm like it's really that's really loud. My bad. But yeah, but yeah, like I'm worried it's going to become a situation where it's going to be two alternative scenes created by non-natural means, by people just being like really heavy-handed like about speech, and it's going to be like they're going to end up losing the power they have over their events anyway. And like I'm
So
trying to avoid that. Like I want there to be like
yeah.
I'm with you. I want there to be a space where everybody can play. I want that. I want that. Because I think it's healthy. Like again, like like I think the beauty of the scene is that it's super diverse.
So 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 I kind of see that. I see that. And honestly, I'm just seeing that in the US right now in general. And just in the Western world right now. We're seeing a lot of
Yeah,
like division between political leanings. Like that is just happening.
yeah,
People are leaving Twitter to go to Blue Sky because Elon Musk is
yeah. I know.
a
Yeah,
moron.
and it really shouldn't be like that. It's like the scene was always about a place where you could escape from that. But now it's like the politics have been brought to the scene, and
Well,
like I
it's
said,
been
like
brought
even
everywhere. I think that's the thing. Politics doesn't decide to leave you alone. It will always find you. Politics affect every bit of your life, even if you really don't think about it. And a lot of people who say they don't want politics in the scene, I think they don't understand that. I think politics will impact the scene no matter what.
well, like I think that like yeah, you can make everything political, but whether you make it political or not, like it's definitely a choice. Definitely a choice. It's definitely something that you can choose. And like when the scene prioritized when the scene prioritized the gameplay over the views, the only politics in the scene were like who would be seated. Those are the politics, which are directly it was directly based on the game, like who the better player was. Obviously certain people would want to play on the same side of the bracket. If they were from the same region or they were close in skill. Those are the politics. Now it's kind of become something else, which I'm not a fan of. Pretty much.
I but I don't see how you keep politics out of it. I really don't. I like how do you keep politics out of a group of people meeting? Like that is to me that's inherently political.
Well, like that.
Just like
I mean,
everything is.
like that's how. That's how it worked. That's how it worked until like the last 5 or 10 years.
Well, that's how it worked because we weren't as divided as we were. Um, because people weren't as outspoken with their bigotry, or there weren't people who felt as comfortable coming out as uh, gay or trans. Um, so they would stay away from those spaces. So the spaces, like, I think that's another thing. Like, these spaces used to be just extremely male dominated, like, which they still are. But
I mean, they still
now
are. Yeah, they still are.
but now people are feeling more comfortable joining them because we have become more accepting and open to other people. Like, and I don't think that's a bad thing. And I think if anything, it's only been to the benefit of the scene.
I, I mean, like that's. I mean, yeah, like that's definitely a good thing. To have more players. I guess it becomes more complicated because as there's more groups, like it's just like you said, it's yeah, but
Uh-oh.
wish there were more people like you that would be willing to have a discussion like this. I really appreciate you coming on, actually.
Well, do you understand why other people don't want to have the discussion?
Yeah, I understand. I totally understand. Because like I said, like I'm not. I was a trans ally at one point. I totally understand why they don't want to have the discussion. I just think that the discussion it's gonna, and they don't want to have the discussion. It's like it's gonna be forced on them whether they want to or not. Like eventually, eventually it's gonna get to a boiling point where the scene's gonna have to look inward about what's wrong. I do understand why they don't want to have a discussion, but like we all got to talk.
Why do you think it's why do you like I would like to hear your from your perspective, why do you think they don't want to have the discussion? Like what's the reasoning?
Because of the people that are don't want to have a discussion. They feel like they're being marginalized, and they feel like they're being discriminated against, and they feel like they're talking against. They feel like they're talking to unreasonable bigots. Like, they call them all sorts. They call them like Nazis and stuff like that, and all sorts of things. So they feel like they don't have to talk to them, and like they feel like they're being totally unreasonable. But at the end of the day, like, we're all human beings. We're all human beings, all of
Yeah,
us, all
we
of us.
are.
Yeah, like I think you can. I think we can both. I think we can both agree on that. I mean, like, would you agree with my assessment about why they don't want to talk?
Well, I think it's because they are justified, like for a large majority of these people that they're having these discussions with, they're trying to justify their humanity. They're trying to justify their legitimacy as a person, and I don't think that's a fair place to start with people. I think that's inherently a very emotional and hard thing to do, is just talk to somebody and try to justify your existence as a person. Um,
Yeah.
and I don't think it's fair to even ask somebody to really do that. I think there are people out there who are better at it, but you shouldn't have to justify um your basic existence to other people. That's my point of view personally.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, sure. I mean, like, I can totally understand. I can totally understand where you're coming from there. But we're seeing as a result, because of that view, nobody's talking, and it's getting worse. It's getting worse.
Well, what do they have to say? Like, what is it that
I,
they have to say to make it so like
I
we're
mean, just
having a
have.
discussion?
It's like just like how me and you are having a discussion right now.
Yeah,
It's
but
like this. It's like this.
what?
It's like, I obviously have very strong views, and like, like, a lot of people call me a bigot, but you can see by talking to me, and like, it's person to person, it's human, real time, not text. You can see that, like, I hope you can see at least that, I want the scene to be accepting for all races and creeds, even if I disagree with their lifestyle.
Hmm.
I truly hope you can see that, because, like, obviously the way I talk on Twitter is not how I'm talking to you now. You know
Well,
what I'm
why do
saying?
you talk like how you do on Twitter?
Well, because, like, so the reason why I talk that way on Twitter is because, so this is like from my personal point of view, right? So
Mhm.
I've been in a situation where, I've went to bat, at least this is from my experience. I've went to bat for the LGBT community. Like, I'm a 30-year player, right? So I've gone to bat for the LGBT in the community to be accepted and included
Mhm.
for over at least 15 to 20 years, because, I'm one of the people that helped, birth the modern anime scene. Like, so Guilty Gear,
Yeah.
Melty Blood, Arcana Heart, Blaze Blue, all those niche games. I ran tournaments for those, and I streamed them for like well over a decade and stuff like that, right? So I was very much an ally. The reason why I became so outspoken is that, I experienced, cancel culture, right? So, and when I say when I experienced cancel culture, there was a situation where people didn't like me in the FGC, and they kind of set up like a dog pile
Yeah.
in which they made like a bunch of accusations about me that weren't true. And, the people that were leading the charge, on it, were um were like the marginalized communities that I helped, like, rise up. So I definitely kind of feel betrayed in a sense. So,
Yeah.
like, that's why, like, so that's my personal reason about why I'm so outspoken. And, like, I'm really frustrated at the fact that, I'm really frustrated at the fact that the LGBT community is calling us all marginalized, calling us all bigots and Nazis, when I don't really think that's true. I'm kind of like a reactionary to what's happening. I do want there to be like a space where everybody can talk and come to a better understanding and try to heal. That's why I really appreciate you taking the time to actually have a conversation with me. Like, I wish more people would do that, because, like, yeah, like, I feel like tensions are high, and it's because, like, people are having impressions of people, based off social media and gossip and discourse and stuff like that, and a lie takes a lie travels around the world way faster than the actual truth. Like, we're all humans at the end of the day. And it's like, I want to get back to doing what we love. And like there's no perfect solution really. So like I hope that gave you a little bit of a better understanding.
So I kind of know about your situation a little bit because we talked in DMs for a bit before this, um, for a couple weeks, and I don't want to get into the specifics of it,
That's all
um,
right. That's
but are
fine.
you still like able to compete in your scene? Is that still like what's going on,
So
or
so 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 like so I'm currently heavily dissuaded from competing in my scene,
okay?
right? Because I'm heavily dissuaded from competing in my scene. I'm not outright banned. I am banned in some places, but it's not on a global scale.
Yeah,
And like a lot of these people are the people that I help build up. They kind of just threw me under the bus, so to speak. So
yeah,
it's kind of,
and
yeah,
that's
like
that probably really sucks to happen.
really
I
sucks.
totally understand that.
Mhm. It really sucks.
Interesting.
I never made my views public. And one of the things when I was actually being canceled, like people don't really go through this unless you're actually canceled. Is you're in a situation where you get hit with the whole of humanity nonstop. So I was getting shit on for months and months and months and years and years and years. And then when people let me back in, because I was actually unbanned at a certain point,
Uh
when
huh.
people let me back in, they started follow policing me, like on who I follow. Like for example, there's some feminists and some LGBT people in the scene that were going through my follow list on Twitter, and they're saying like, oh, like Art follows Andrew Tate or Art follows Libs of TikTok. Shouldn't let him back in the scene because of who he follows. Those are problematic views.
Oh
You know, and like I can see the case for that, but like that's not necessarily can't police that. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to
yeah,
police.
they
hard to
shouldn't be
police.
policing who you follow.
Yeah, like
Huh.
that's kind of what turned me off. Like I said, like I'm in New York City. I'm a former liberal and progressive. The whole situation ended up turning me conservative. It's like it's not really. I didn't want to be like that. Like I never talk about my political views until the last like 2 years, year and a half. That's when I started becoming really outspoken because it became a situation where everybody was just putting their politics on the table, and like I kind of got tired of it. I'm human too. It's not always the healthiest reaction, but yeah, like I mean, I'm frustrated just like how everybody else is frustrated. So I think having these types of conversations really, really help to to like to definitely at least have a better understanding. Even though I don't 100% agree, I do have a better understanding of where you're coming from, and you're definitely pretty reasonable.
So I'm kind of seeing. Do you think like you were pushed more towards the right because the left was not a reasonable like actor? Like, and
Well,
obviously like we're
so,
not a
well,
monolith, but yeah, do you think it was like a
well.
bunch of unreasonableness and
To give you, all right. So to give you perspective, I mean, without exactly saying where I live, like I do live in AOC's district, and we know AOC is a very well known progressive. You know, one of the biggest politicians like on the Democrat side.
yeah,
I guess because I'm older, I was more of like a left of center Democrat, right?
yeah,
So when I grew up,
Union
when when
Democrat, yeah,
when I grew up, one of the reasons why, and I'm not really like I don't really agree with the left right paradigm so much, but that's a whole different discussion, right?
yeah,
But when I was growing up, I really liked the Democrat Party because they were a party of free speech and anti-war, right?
yeah,
And they were very liberal, so they were very open to other creeds and walks of life, right? So I was very pro. I was very pro like illegal immigrant. I was very pro trans, especially where I'm from. I'm like in the largest gay community. I'm one of the New York City is one of the largest gay communities in the world, like hands down, right? And it became a situation where the people that were progressive, so basically the people that were far, far left of center, like the Bernie Sanders and the AOC types,
yeah,
they kind of took over the party. So the far left kind of became the middle left. So it became a situation where the roles kind of flipped, and it kind of became opposite, at least from my point of view, where it's like the far left started like censoring speech, and they became really demanding, and that kind of I mean, politics is downstream from our culture, right? So it definitely bled in the scene, and like I started seeing that more and more, where it's like people started having these ultra progressive views. So
uh-huh,
the people that ended up being the people that were quote unquote inclusive, they started excluding people, based off them having a different ideology.
yeah,
And like and like whether it's right or not, that's neither here nor there. But that's kind of why like I started turning conservative more and more, so to speak. Also, also another reason for that is it's like I started becoming more religious. It's like I was actually raised as a Catholic, but I wasn't practicing my faith a lot until fairly recently due to personal reasons. And obviously, like when it comes to religion and LGBT, they definitely kind of clash with each other. If you're a Christian conservative, you're not really a fan of LGBT. So like that's another reason why I switched. But however, that has nothing to do whether I think people should be allowed to play in the tournament or not. It's like just because I
Yeah.
disagree with somebody's lifestyle views, that has no bearing on whether I want to play them in the game or not.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I see how you might get there. Um given your circumstances.
Mhm.
I guess so. I'm trying to debate on how into the like sauce I want to get, because like you're saying like Bernie Sanders and AOC kind of like took over the Democratic Party, and like or their view or vision of the Democratic Party kind of is what took over. I'd really push back against that. I'd really
Mhm.
push back against that. I think if anything, the Democratic Party has not gone nearly enough in their direction. I think they have been kind of shunned in a lot of ways, and I think only now AOC is kind of getting a lot more uh like more accepted by the mainstream Democrats, because we took a pretty big fucking L this last November. So
Yeah,
um
I lost. I mean, I personally think that they lost because they went too far left. But also like I could be jaded on it a little bit because again, I'm in AOC's district, so
yeah,
I'm in a district of tons of illegal immigrants and tons of gay people. So
yeah.
I see it 24/7. Like it's literally pushing my well. I wouldn't say it's pushing my face. It's like I was born and raised around it, right? So I'm used to it, right?
I've
So like,
lived in two very purple in the sense, so I live in Buffalo, New York right now.
oh yeah,
Um
yeah. I've been up there because I went to school in Ithaca. So
oh shit. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
yeah, yeah. So like no, I understand what's like up there. Like obviously it's more conservative.
Well, but it's not completely. So I was
No,
born
it's not completely. It's yeah, it's purple. It's
born and
purple.
raised in the middle of Buffalo. Like I live in the city, but the surrounding areas are very purple. And honestly, in the Trump years, we are probably the most purple we've ever been.
Yeah,
Just
well
given how it
you know
is.
how it is. You know how it is in the upstate areas. It's like as you get closer, if you're closer to the colleges, especially Cornell, it's very bleeding blue. And then when you get outside of that, it becomes more purple, more
But
red,
I
depending.
think we're more analogous to like Cleveland or just any of the Great Lake places. Those places flipped heavily for Trump. We didn't go all the way. Like Buffalo is still a
Yeah,
blue city. Every city's
yeah,
blue pretty much, except
yeah.
for Texas. But yeah, like but there's still a lot of Trump stuff. And then I also lived in Colorado for 4 years, pretty recently.
Mm.
So
Oh
and
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
I lived
understood.
in a blue state or a blue city in Colorado, but again, like lower Bobert's fucking place district
Yeah,
was
yeah.
right next to where I lived. So
Hmm.
um I've been in those spaces where there's a pretty decent divide, and usually a lot of clashing of those two cultures.
Hmm.
Um
Oh yeah, for
and
sure. Like yeah, for
yeah,
sure. I used to
in
hate Trump. I used to hate conservatives and Trumpers. By the way, like I used to be total anti neocon, anti GOP. Like I said, like I was right there with you. I was right there with you, brother.
yeah, but
I get it. I get it. I get it, bro.
I guess like I have my critiques of the Democratic Party too, and especially of like super online like leftist culture. Like there is definitely like the initial tweet I made that kind of got your attention and a lot of people's attention was like saying like neither extreme is right here. Neither extreme is right. But it was definitely pushing back against people being like the anti woke crowd, like coming in and being like, "Hey,
Oh yeah,
like
yeah,
this is
yeah. Oh
vindicating us."
yeah.
I really don't like that aspect, but
Oh yeah. Well, I think the anti. I think in the terms of the I think in terms of fighting games and Smash, the anti woke crowd is taking the position where like they just want to play the game and they can say what they want and like because the FGC and Smash were so liberal. I mean, they were the biggest senators for FGC and Smash have always been liberal cities.
yeah, of
So it was
course,
already ideologically captured from the very beginning. Not that it was a problem. Like the problem I have with it was is that it went so far left that like, oh man, it became a situation where it's like, oh man, I can't avoid politics. I just want to fucking play the game. Why can't I play the game? And like now I'm just gonna speak up because like fuck this shit and like I get frustrated. But yeah, nah, like this is bro, this was a really good conversation. Like I really got to understand. Do you mind if I bring in some callers to chat with us? By the way.
sure, yeah, I'm
All
done.
right, cool, cool. I'm gonna bring in some people, but I guess like my final point is that um before I bring in the caller is thank you for having. I really do appreciate you having this conversation. You seem totally reasonable, and I
Appreciate
hope
it.
that I hope that other people like I said not everybody really knows me. Like people only know me these days. 'Cause I'm going ham on Twitter, right? People only, and yeah, I explained to you like a little bit more about my story. I hope that people from the left that feel marginalized, listen to this and they can kind of understand where the other side is coming from. And like I said, I don't necessarily know what the solution is, but I feel like talking to you like this, it's an important inflection point to try to reach like a middle ground so we can all continue doing what we love.
Yeah, cool.
That's that's
I
really what I
appreciate
want.
that. Yeah,
Yeah, not a
and
problem.
I like I won't lie to you. A lot of like people in my space don't want me to have these conversations with other people.
Yeah,
Like a
like
lot of
that's
friends.
yeah. I can't. Yeah, I
Um,
know. I can't stand that. I hate when they do that.
but
I
I
really do.
think where we've gone wrong as a society recently is like we don't want to have these discussions. We don't want to see the humanity in other people.
We
And while
have
I
to.
totally disagree with you on a lot of stuff, and
Yeah,
um,
you can. Yeah, yeah. I totally can. It's free country, brother. Of
it's
course.
important to have these discussions so we can see that the other person isn't just some insane person that is just some caricature of what we think the other side is. So yeah, I appreciate having this discussion as well.
Yeah, awesome, awesome. Like I said, I really hope your supporters can listen to this. I'm gonna bring in one speaker right now. There's a couple of people in the queue. I'm gonna bring in Mech at first and see what he has to say.
Okay,
Yo, Mech, what's up, brother? Let me see if he can. Let me see if he can connect.
not bad. I
It
think we
says
did good
connecting.
chat. I think we did good chat.
Let me see. Try to bring in Synth as well. It says these other people are connecting to the space, but they can't really connect. Let me send them a message.
Okay, I'm looking over at Daredevil. I was watching Daredevil before this. Fucking fucking
Mac,
so long,
you're in. You're in.
so long.
Try to add your speaker. Can he connect? Okay, there you go, Mac. You can unmute yourself.
Hey, how's it going?
Yo,
What's up?
chilling, bro. How you doing? First off, I just wanted to ask. Thanks for joining
Uh,
the space. What'd you think, bro?
I think it's a great conversation, Yo Yo. Appreciate you for coming in and sharing your perspective. Much
Yeah,
appreciated.
for sure.
Yeah, I think it's good convo. It's just these conversations have to happen. I think it's rare that they do. A lot of times, either side just doesn't want to talk, just don't want to talk it out, or doesn't even necessarily have to be two sides. There might be even a third or fourth kind of a spectrum, but like it's just important to talk it out because then the
Just like
humanity
gender.
it gets revealed, you know, and then people see how they see eye to eye and how they can kind of compromise as well. Like you'd be surprised, you might think that some positions are just uncompromisable, like you can't do it, and there's some that are sacred that you can't. But when you start to see the other side, you start to realize, oh, I actually did it. I thought they had a different position than they did. I thought they were more extreme in this way, or you know, you start to see that the humanity of them and just what their actual goal is, despite them holding opinion that you might find cringe, you might find weird, but it's actually like probably 2% of their view or something, and it's magnified in your head, etc. But like when this is only like a part of what happens when you start talking to each other. It starts getting a lot better because online conversation through the medium of text, especially through Twitter, uh, text, it doesn't reveal tone of voice. Your soul doesn't come
These guys love
through it. You know
Twitter.
what I'm
Like, what the
saying?
fuck?
A lot of people, they
They
read
love it.
it and their
They
lens
love it.
is like almost like an echo chamber in their brain because they read it and they inflect and ascribe their own feelings
That's why
and
social media is like
interpretation on what
responsible
it
for half of
is,
these
and they could
motherfuckers.
see it as completely, even many times
Not to be mean.
180 of the actual meaning of what the text is. And I have done this myself by accident. I actually had to admit it in a Twitter space 2 days ago when somebody
How
wrote a
often do
thread
they
up
do
about me
these?
saying what I was saying about trans people. And he said, uh, look, I am not saying that Mech is calling all trans people pedophiles. And I read that and I said, and I thought he said Mech is calling all trans people pedophiles. And I was like,
God.
this guy is lying about me. And I read it. I just misread it. I don't know how sometimes you just misread it.
Let me
That's an
gone too far.
extreme example. Other examples, you can inflect your tone on it and you can kind of interpret a different way. But yeah, I mean, I just got firsthand. I feel like it was a sign. It was like, for me, it was like, oh yeah, like this stuff can get misinterpreted. And I had to humble myself there. But conversations, so much more information is given to you in conversations because you have a back and forth. You're able to respond immediately. You have the tone of voice, so you can tell the genuineness of whoever's talking in there, and you can feel them. Like you can feel them, and it's like you also can't run. Like you can't deny conversations. It's kind of a social
See,
taboo
I'm
if
a very
someone's asking you
logical
a question,
person,
right?
so
You're
like I
completely
don't like get
silent
this.
or you leave. Like that almost never happens, right? Like
To
that's
me, it's like
definitely weird.
wrecked.
But you're expected to
Wrong.
at least say something. Like
There's
somebody's
nuance within that, but
you're
it
already there.
still
Like
comes
just
down to
say how you
correct and
feel.
wrong.
People are way more open when you're actually talking to them in a
Y-
conversation.
Yeah, it's kind of I kind of why kind of why I wanted to have a conversation with you. It's not necessarily to attack. It's just like, and I'm guilty of this myself. Like I be going ham on Twitter. You know, like I have a large platform and I'll be using it to go ham, and I end up I end up misrepresenting like my own views, and by talking to you, you know, I can at least show that it's not me being in attack mode all the time. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Um, is there a specific reason you like to go more aggressive? Like initially?
Well, I mentioned like I did mention to you before like it was because I've been attacked nonstop for years by people in my specific case. Like I've been canceled multiple times in a position where like I felt like I was attacked by the people that I've championed for years and years and years and years and years. And it's like I get tired of people calling me a bigot and transphobe when I'm sitting there, not like I said, like I raised tens of thousands of dollars for trans causes. I've done so much for the trans community. And it's not because like like I expect favors or anything. Like I did it because I felt like it was the right thing to do. So like I felt kind of betrayed. It's a reaction to what's happening. It's not like I woke up one day and I'm like, oh, screw all LGBT. You know, like I'm obviously not like that, but it's not something that I can explain easily over text. I have to actually talk to you.
I'm a little like still curious why well, you mentioned also becoming more religious and how trans and gay like lifestyles don't really fit in well with your religious beliefs. But I guess I'm just curious how, like, where were you in terms of your support earlier earlier on? Were you just like, no
Oh,
question, like trans people exist, they're valid, all that stuff, or
yeah, now so my YouTube channel has like about so I've been like I said, I've been streaming for a really long time, like 15 years. My YouTube channel has like about 8,000 videos. That's not counting the videos on the Teen Spooky channel, right? There's tons, thousands and thousands of videos, literally thousands of videos of me just running anime tournaments, you know, running all sorts of FGC events, letting trans people on the mic, me saying shout outs to the trans community, me doing fundraisers for trans people in the thousands of dollars, thousands and thousands of dollars. It's not like I was just sitting there on Twitter one day and just going ham. Like
yeah.
I literally like was a true ally, like a true ally, like all the way through.
And you feel like you're not now?
I feel like well, how can I explain this? I feel that well, what I feel now is that the gay and trans people that I grew up with in the scene that like I'm still friends with to this day, by the way. Like there's tons of like I won't reveal who, but there's still tons of old school gay people and trans people in the scene that just DM me like behind the scenes and they check on me, check how I'm doing, and they're saying how like it totally messed up what's happening to me, but you know like, I'm not really gonna out them and they understand. They actually go as far as to say like you know like I know you're not a transphobe, I know you're not a bigot, like and like I know they're attacking you, but like I feel like that the people that were old school trans, like people like Ricky that I mentioned before, right? That didn't really put their identity on their sleeve. Those people are now gone in the FGC and Smash, and now it's a totally new group of people that don't understand all the gains that we've made in the past to be inclusive, and they're kind of just stirring the pot. So like, there's a lot of people. I mean, yourself included, and that's not your fault. You came in the scene in the last 3 years. There's like a
Whoa,
large
whoa,
group of
whoa, whoa,
people
whoa,
that
whoa,
don't.
whoa.
Well, I mean,
Not the
running
last three
tournaments.
years.
Well, running tournaments, running tournaments.
I've
I
been
mean, I didn't know about you.
heavily
I
involved
didn't
for
know.
10 years.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't know about you. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to Smash that much. So you know, it's kind of parallel scenes. But yeah. But I'll talk about FGC specifically. There's a large segment of people that are newer, that are younger crowd that don't understand how things were before. So it's easy to jump to the wrong conclusion. They just see me going ham on Twitter and they think that like, oh, you know, this guy's like a bigot. He's a Nazi. He hates all trans people, but they don't understand the struggles and and it's not their fault, you know. Like I said, like
Yeah.
a lie travels
Yeah.
around
Do you
faster
mind
than
if
the
I
truth.
ask Yo-Yo a question? Actually,
Go ahead, yeah.
what would you define as a bigot? Because I've heard you've been using the word bigot a lot, but everybody seems to have a different definition. So, what would your definition be?
A good question. I probably so I don't have a like defined like thing that I could read off right now. I guess my initial thoughts are that a bigot is just somebody who um says and acts in a way that dissuades people of marginalized communities from existing or feeling comfortable in a space. That's where my brain goes initially. Um
What does existing mean? Because isn't it kind of impossible to stop them from existing? I mean,
Yeah, we
unless you.
can't. Yeah. Like I mean, there's like this mindset from the LGBT crowd that like we don't want them to exist. Like we're gonna kill them, and like you know that's obviously not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
So
exist might have it. There might. What's your definition for exist? Um, then.
I'd say that it's just about them being in the spaces as other people. Like so in the same way that like women don't typically you don't see a lot of women in the FGC and Smash communities. Trans people as well. Like they they might feel not comfortable being in those spaces, not because of anything overtly saying that they can't be in them, but it's about the sentiment, it's about the community, it's about the things said that can make them uncomfortable. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Any sort of prejudice towards them or insensitivity. And I might sound really like um kind of I don't want to use this word, but cucked to say that, but like
No, it's fine. It's fine. No,
but
no, it's fine. We're having a discussion. I mean,
but
as you can tell,
It's all good.
we're
Just
not trying to
share
dominate.
your. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all
but
good.
like that's truly where I'm at. Like I don't think that we should be using any sort of language that makes people feel unwelcomed based on their sexual identity, their sexual preference, their any of that, or
Do
their
you think
gender
that?
identity. Yeah.
Do you think that um, people that are religious, such as Christians or Muslims, that hold to their religious tenets, do you think they are bigots or they are hateful?
Um, it depends.
Loaded question. Loaded
So,
question.
like for complete transparency, I am a atheist. I was raised in a secular household. Religion and me are where I only know about religion
Yeah.
from being very curious about it. I studied it in school actually, in
Like
philosophy.
that's a very common story. Yeah, yeah. Like what I find a lot in actually seeing smashes is that like I said, like I can really empathize with them. A lot of these people like they'll grow up in a religious household and like as a kid they'll rebel. They'll go online. Like they'll see the alternative lifestyles and just go with that. Just because it's a counterculture. It's what they're raised off of, and they might find that conservative lifestyle is boring and stuff, and they just kind of just rebel against the system.
Well,
I
no,
get
so
that.
I was never even raised religious.
Yeah, neither was I. I was just, yeah. I mean, I was just born in a secular environment.
Yeah, yeah. So and like so I'm not I don't I so when I think about religion and bigotry, like yeah, if you're following the book like to the letter, I don't even believe there's a way to not be a bigot and follow your book to the letter. I'll be straight up about that. But
Yeah, sure. I can see that.
I think a lot of modern religious people in America don't follow their books to the letter. Like I nobody actually does.
No,
Um,
no, nobody does. 'Cause they're all human.
yes,
Imperfect.
and I think a lot of people, especially like I've known a lot of Christians who just straight up are accepting of LGBT people because that's just their prerogative, and I think that's great. I think that's great. I really don't care what you believe religiously as long as you don't put your beliefs on other people. Like you could believe it's like not okay to be that, but if you don't like actively like talk against it or like uh, try
Uh,
to be against it, then that's fine with me.
so let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So don't don't you think that calling religious people that follow to their scripture bigots for following their scripture, by your definition, isn't that marginalizing a group or saying that they shouldn't exist or making them uncomfortable in existing in a space by saying that their religious tenets is in itself bigotry? So by calling them bigots, aren't you being a bigot by making them uncomfortable by forcing your beliefs on them by saying, well, actually, you actually have to leave your beliefs to follow mine, so that you can participate in this space, um, because you're making actually us uncomfortable. So you see how it's like,
Mm.
what do you think about that kind of perspective? Because it's like you might not have heard it before, but that's kind of how, I've seen a couple cases where religious people have just been booted from Smash. Really talented players, really kind players. Like they're not trying to hurt anybody, but Online, it gets misconflated, and then uh, it's reached the line where I think it's become very extreme, where religion is just kind of cast aside. Even though in America we have freedom of religion, people's beliefs they're important to them, and they should be heard, and they should feel that they are they need to exist.
I hmm, I don't think I approach religious people with a sense of bigotry. Um, I personally believe that they have every right to believe what they believe. Um, hmm. So I see your point because, like I said, like you can't really follow your religion without being a bigot. Typically, like I think almost every religion is bigoted in in some way, especially the very popular ones. Um, but that's not me telling them that they're wrong. That's me looking at their text and saying that I don't agree with it. Um,
Okay,
that
Yeah, it's
so
kind of yeah, it's
yeah,
kind of where I'm at. It's like you hold a more moderate view. Like I think if everybody held that view, like we would it'd be one big happy family, and everybody would be able to coexist. But now it's a situation where it's like anybody, well, at least the alternative scene, they feel like that anybody, they feel like when it comes to trans, they hold a view that anybody that doesn't agree with them is a bigot, subhuman, Nazi, and then like it just gets conflated and blown out of proportion.
yeah,
So like that's kind of why I'm not a fan of banning people, for speech, and like it needs to be a middle ground. I'm sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
no, I totally agree. Well, okay, so you said that you don't agree with what's in the book, which is totally valid. And so you don't agree with the ideology.
yeah,
Now, now the the religious texts they disagree with, say, LGBTQ ideology, right? So
yeah.
there's a difference in the agreement on that. So let me maybe paint a picture for you. So let's say currently in the Smash community or in the FGC right now, it is you are expected to follow LGBTQ ideology 1 to 1, which means that you have to agree that maybe that transgenderism of gender affirming care is correct. That's the correct method. Trans women are women. Um, Homosexual actions, they're fine, and they should not be. I guess it's not wrong. What some people disagree with. What I'm saying is that's fine to have that ideology exists. People believe what they want to believe, but the fact that if you dissent from that position or disagree with it, you're now called a bigot, and now you can get banned from competing. Um, Locals, they have more individual, but major tournaments you're getting banned from, where it's the competition is more important, and also you're getting persecuted. Um, don't you think that is a bit um, hypocritical? Um, since you expect a certain level of wanting to respect a certain ideology, but then there's other people that have different beliefs that can't hold their belief. They can't hold their beliefs in order to play.
So here's where I would come back at you with. I really don't see, like, if you could show me an example of somebody being banned based off of their religion, I I'd be flabbergasted. And I would
Yeah.
love to
So
see
there's
it.
a rookie and Deshizwas, both banned for being Christian. A rookie was running for Smash Summit, and he was asked a question by a Twitter account that was either trans or trans adjacent, and asked him, "Hey, a rookie, what do you think about trans people and their right to exist?" And he said, "I'm not really sure what that means. Doesn't everyone have human rights? My faith doesn't. Because of my faith, I don't respect their lifestyle, but they play Smash, so I think they have great taste." Subsequently, he got banned, uh, dogpiled on, destroyed, basically curb stomped reputationally, and Yeah, a lot of lies were made up about him, a lot of slander. He's literally called a pedophile now when he's not even close. There's no evidence for that whatsoever. He's a wife and family. He's a good he's a Christian. So that's one example. He just all he said was because of my faith, I don't respect their lifestyle. Why is a rookie required to respect the transgender lifestyle in order to play or even to have his online safety guaranteed?
So I don't know that situation. I really just truly don't. So I don't want to speak on it without like really knowing what happened. If what you are saying is correct, while obviously disagree with him, um, I don't think he should have been banned. Um, so yeah, I don't think I don't think we differ on our perspective there. Um, I
Okay,
would,
that's good. That's
yeah,
good. I appreciate that.
like, I
Yeah, I
I think
appreciate your
the
honesty with that.
consistency there is that like yeah, you shouldn't ban somebody for that. Um,
That's good. I'll tell you about the Deshizwas case as well because that's really the other
sure.
biggest one about religion. Deshizwas was initially um, shadow banned. He wasn't told about his ban. People started banning him because they started catching wind of his Christian beliefs. Um, in the Christian faith, as you might know, but I just repeat it again, in the Old Testament, it has certain laws that Christians must abide by because it's their holy text, which says that you shall not cross dress, basically, for either gender. You should not cross dress because it's viewed as an abomination under God to do so.
Uh-huh.
And also, you're not to lie with the same gender, which means like
Have
no
sex. Yeah.
homosexuality.
Yeah.
Yes. So Christians, they can't get out of that. If you believe in that faith, and if that's your worldview on the existence and the meaning of life,
I mean,
which many people do,
I've known gay
then
Christians, but go on.
well, they're not good Christians then because they're not following a
Well,
clear verse in the Old
isn't
Testament.
that
But
ironic? Yeah, like why would somebody be able to be a Christian or call themselves a Christian when it's directly against what they say in their text?
well, it's the same reason a man would be able to call themselves a woman when they're not. So
Hmm.
if they're saying they're Christian, but they're clearly disobeying certain laws, and they're making that their identity is that I'm a gay Christian. Of course, I don't know this person in particular, but I'm just giving you
Yeah, well, you
examples.
know, they were considered. Well, they're still a
They wouldn't.
Christian, but they will be considered to be a mortal sin in that case.
Would you say that somebody has to follow every bit of their religious text to be a part of that religion? So for a Christian,
I
would they
can.
have to
That's
follow every bit of the
yeah.
Bible?
That's a very good question. I'll clear it up. If they admit that Christianity, under its tenets, it makes it forbidden to have homosexuality, yet they still sin, I would say that they are a gay Christian. That's fine. They can
Okay.
be gay, they're Christian. However, they are sinning and they are going against the religion.
Well,
However, if they, well, let
to
me
be
finish
clear,
one sec.
it's acting on it. Sorry, Mac.
Yeah. So if they say again that the sin is a sin and it's part of Christianity that it's forbidden to do so, yet they still do it, I would say they're still a gay Christian. However, if they claim that being gay is actually not a sin, it's not actually Christianity, they've now changed Christianity of the essence of what the religion is,
Hmm.
then they're a different sect. Then they're a different belief entirely because they're now not a mainstream Christian, which holds to all of us. So if that makes sense,
Yeah,
that's why
it
I would say. That's why
does.
I probably should have clarified with you if that specific person claimed that being gay wasn't a sin, or they were actually sinning, knowing that it was
So
against
this kind
Christianity.
of goes into just an overall religious direction, but then I truly don't know who is a real Christian then, because there are 100% things you can't like you can't do based on the laws in America, um, that it says to do in the Bible. So I don't. How is anybody a true Christian at that point?
What
well, to be clear, to be clear, like when it comes to homosexuality, it's not that having the tendencies is a sin; it's acting on them. Like that's the actual sin. Like so, you can have homosexual tendencies, but it's acting on them that is the actual sin. And as far as the pure, like I feel like you're going in a purity test direction. Nobody's a perfect like religious person.
It's not even about purity. It's about capability to even live that way.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's a constant struggle, and like we always have to. I mean, at least from a religious point of view, we always have to ask. We're always. I mean, this is just like as humans, we always have to fight against our lower facilities and our human primal urges, and we always have to ask, like a higher being for help, so to speak. It's impossible. It's impossible to be perfect. And it's not so much like about the fact that like if they sin, like you're automatically like a bad Christian or Muslim. It's about getting yourself up after committing that sin, and being able to move forward.
I'm not even really talking about just like straight up
Yeah.
sin. I'm talking about like like part of the Bible that you have to like stone a woman if she commits adultery and shit like that. Like that stuff you just straight up can't do because like if you did that you're a murderer. So really when it comes down to it, like nobody's doing that. Nobody in America is doing that. So you can
Wait,
obviously
can you repeat is not happening? What can't they
you
do?
can't
Because
stone a woman for committing adultery.
okay, I mean that's something that's legislated to the leaders or rulers of a country based on the Christian tradition. Like I don't think it promotes vigilantism in the off of the Bible. It may say the law, but it's if you actually talk to scholars, then they're going to want to implement that in the actual law of the country or the state. So if it's a Christian state, then they would use that to legislate and run their laws. But vigilantism is something else that's not allowed, at least on the Islamic perspective. Like, not any one person is going to make their own um, evidence and their own judgment and then just do it on their own, stone somebody to death. So that's not really how it works. So, but yeah, I mean, you're right that in America, I wouldn't even call America necessarily a Christian country
It's
anymore,
definitely
right?
not, yeah.
So it wouldn't, it wouldn't actually carry those out. But my main point, coming back to the main point, is you said that if religious people follow their tenets one to one, that they would can be considered bigots.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is that labeling them as bigots would get them banned, right?
No,
So do you agree that somebody that who is referred to as a bigot would be called to be banned in the FGC or Smash?
I could probably name bigots who aren't banned. Yeah, absolutely. I think people there's huh, there is a nuance to this. Like there's beliefs that you hold, and then there's like actions you take um upon yourselves to act out. And I think the people who we ban tend to be the ones who are actively like spouting hatred towards others. Um
What would you
and
define as hatred?
that's a good
Yeah, it's kind of
question.
where. Yeah, it's kind of where it gets tricky because like here, like I'll kind of put the framework for you just
Yeah.
just so we can let's all be on the same page. Okay, so like I said, so we all know how both the FGC and Smash are in the modern era. We see over and over again, like from players in the scene, whether the top players or not, they'll very commonly say that trans rights are human rights,
Yep.
right? But then, yeah, which is all good. Like it's fine for them to express that, and most of the time, they get like they get a lot of positive feedback on Twitter. All the trans people are like, yeah, like you're awesome, I love you, et cetera, et cetera. But the second that somebody says, the second that somebody says like that I don't necessarily agree with that lifestyle, it becomes a situation where they're like, oh, are you trying to stop me from existing? I'm like, that's where it gets tricky because then when it gets to that point where if one person says that, it becomes like a dog pile. and then it becomes into something else that's not really the original intention. And like that's kind of why like I'm against banning people for speech because it becomes so tricky at that point.
Yeah, there's a lot of instances of that happening. It's like yo. I know you didn't hear about necessarily the beginning, the rookie case, but that same type of interaction has happened over and over and over. Like it's been like people are literally just banned for transphobia, quote unquote, which it seems to be kind of like a Swiss Army knife term to just like define whatever it disagrees with trans ideology. Like from my point of view, right? But that shouldn't be a bannable offense because as you can see a lot of religions they hold that cross-dressing is wrong. Now the religious people they can totally be in the same spaces as these people and maturely play the game together. It's a pretty big difference, it's a pretty big divide, but they shouldn't hold the supremacy of their within their ideology of well LGBTQ ideology. It actually trumps religious ideology, both Muslim and Christian trumps you guys. So if you disagree with us, you're banned. You see how when you disagree with religion, me and Art are not calling you a bigot. We're not trying to get you banned.
Well, yeah,
We're okay, like you
Yeah,
disagree quite vehemently. I mean, you quite literally believe that God doesn't exist.
yeah.
That's what you believe.
Mhm.
I mean, that's if could you imagine that me as a Muslim, I start saying God doesn't exist? What kind of Muslim am I? Like
You wouldn't be a
that's
Muslim, yeah.
crazy. It's quite a big disagreement. Yet I still treat with you kindness. I still treat you with respect. I'm gonna let you play in my tournament. We can have a good time. I'm sure we can create a good memory, get to know each other more through the community. See, this is the stark difference, I would say. I don't think I've seen a single like equivalence or kind of like an equality with religion and LGBTQ. And I say this because LGBTQ in itself almost sort of represents a religion on its own. I mean, it has certain metaphysical beliefs, has a set of beliefs. It's like a creed. It believes when men can actually turn into women. They're consistently repeating, trans women are women. And if you say, well, hold up, wait a second. Technically, as soon as you say technically, they're going to start going feral, right? We all know, we've seen it. Now, a lot of trans people, to be fair, they do have some problems. Um, like it's just a fact. Like a lot of trans people, they do have mental problems, and that can be hard for them. And that's not condescending. That's actually genuine. We worry about that. Like we want them to get better. And, there's a disagreement on the type of care that we think is best. Personally, as a Muslim, I think it's best if they abandon that ideology and they come towards Islam or they come towards trying to be more in line with their original biological gender. That's
Yeah,
what I think is best for them. But there's obviously differing opinion,
But
and other people would think,
yeah,
uh, you
that's
know,
the thing. It when we're talking about like this stuff, the solution that is like becoming a big thing I'm noticing. The solution is very different for lots of perspectives in this discussion. But like when it comes down to experts on the topic, it's pretty unanimous. It's pretty unanimous.
well, what decides an expert, right? Like if you're going into science, what's
A
it funded
wait, wait.
by?
psychologist,
What's going on?
What's unanimous?
the decision that like letting these people live out their lives in an affirming way will help them mentally
That's
be
not
better.
unanimous.
That is
Absolutely not.
amongst people who are qualified to make that decision. Absolutely it is.
Did you see the news in the UK recently?
What about it?
They ruled that transgender women are not women
And
legally.
who ruled that?
Judges.
Judges in
to
the
be clear, it was the
judiciary?
to be clear, it was the UK Supreme Court that ruled that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're experts on psychology? I don't think so. I don't think they are.
It's well, regardless of how you came to the conclusion of whether a transgender woman is a woman or not, I don't think you should have to defend that position to play Melee. Does that make
I
sense?
I agree, but I also don't think you should be able to exist in that space and spout hate towards them. Yeah,
So,
I
okay,
don't.
the reason I was banned, I'm a SoCal Melee player.
Okay.
Never once in an event did I ever say anything about this subject. Not once. I made one tweet that was 5 words. I just said trans women are not women. And then I was
Ooh,
banned,
I think I heard about
right?
that. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Why should I have to defend myself? Worst case scenario, I'm wronged, right? I'm just a guy who's wronged. I can't show up to a tournament and play Melee.
Uh, yeah. I'll be honest, and you know, I have a bit of sympathy for you because, like, yeah, that sucks. I would hate not being able to play the game I enjoy too, but you are actively spouting ideology and
What are you talking about?
against
I
people.
said 5 words.
Yeah,
I said 5 words.
you
Okay.
yeah, which I hate to tell you, those combination of 5 words directly go against the existence of a part of the community.
I mean,
Yeah, that's
I mean, they are still able to exist, like even if he says the words. I mean, you don't have to like it,
I mean, let
but
me go
yeah,
here.
Of
like
Like, would
course.
you consider one person who believes that clouds are made of metal, fully made out of metal? Would you consider him marginalized since he is one out of millions? And then would you consider somebody disagreeing with him if he identifies as a cloud metaler that he you're hating, showing him
That's a
hate?
false
And
equivalency to this situation.
no, it's not. It's
It
perfectly
absolutely
equivalent, right?
is because
Right?
think about it.
Okay,
Think about
why?
it.
Why?
Are there tons of people who are saying that clouds are made of metal?
It's a
also
hypothetical.
Yeah,
clouds aren't
exactly, and
people.
that's why it's a
So
false equivalency. There
No,
are
false equivalence means that the analogy, which can be a hypothetical, isn't equivalent and doesn't
because it's
equivocate
not
with.
equivalent
So you
to
have to
trans people
actually make a
existing.
no. You have to actually explain why it's not
also
equivalent
Okay, so
because I
I
gave you
could
an
do that.
analogy that follows logically.
We could
So
do that. We could do that. And I see where
okay,
you're
go
going
ahead.
with that. I see where you're going with that. So there trans people have existed for like since the beginning of people. There have been people who have thought that um that have
Okay,
felt that they
cloud meddlers have existed for thousands of years.
okay
Now what?
that's a different perspective. If you're talking about a single person who's saying one thing that goes against years of science, sure, 100%.
Okay, years of science says that men are men and they can't turn into women.
yeah,
But
this idea that it's unanimous is not true. A lot of
it
science has come out that shows that a lot of kids that identify as trans as kids grow up and they change their minds, and it turns out they were just gay. And what we call a trans kid when they're 7 years old is really just a future gay man.
we
So
can
I don't want to gang up.
always
I don't want to
yeah.
gang up. So you and Matt can talk.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, definitely. Like, I don't want it to be, I don't want it to be 3 versus 1. By the way, like,
No,
I don't
it's
want
I
it
just
to be.
not.
appreciate that. I appreciate
It's
that.
just
Yeah,
not unanimous. It's not even close to unanimous. It's probably the other way around.
No,
So
no, 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 no. It
yeah,
really is unanimous. It's unanimous in
I
the
have
people
no
who
idea where you're
have
getting that from.
well, and we could talk about like study. I think when discussions like this turn into like throwing around studies and stuff, I think we really lose
Yeah,
the point. Um,
but you
but
just said it's unanimous.
well, yeah,
So what?
I
What
truly believe it
studies?
is.
What scientists?
We're talking about people who study gender dysphoria. We're talking about people who are experts in this field.
Yeah, tons of them are saying that you should not transition children.
I'm not
Those people
seeing
exist.
that, and
Yeah,
I
that's because
would
of
be
the echo
interested
chamber
in.
that you exist in. You don't see it.
That's
I
hundred
see it all
percent
the time because
potential. That's potentially true, but from
it's
what I'm
absolutely
seeing,
true.
that is not the case.
I can link you psychologists that have gone on podcasts and interviews and talked about this at length. They've published books. They've done studies. They're just ignored by mainstream media. You're not going to see them on CNN.
Why would people
you
ignore it?
know, because it goes against the narrative.
Why would we want this narrative?
Why would we want the trans narrative?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking me? Oh man. I believe it's a radical leftist political ideology that latched on to this transgender concept, that it's not really about transgender at all.
Okay, then what is
It
it
has a
then?
lot to do with erasing the differences between men and women. Like, you remember the James Damore case, the
No.
Google engineer?
No.
Okay, so back in like 2014 or something, a Google engineer was fired. It was a huge deal because Google was having these meetings about getting more female engineers on board, right?
Uh-huh.
They were looking around at their engineering staff. They were seeing that there weren't enough female engineers. They were trying to figure out why. They thought, okay, since we don't have a perfect 50-50 split, there must be sexism involved, right? It must be something to do with the social structures. I mean, we've all heard these arguments before about how women aren't encouraged to go into STEM, so that's why we have fewer women engineers, right?
Yeah.
So this guy, James Damore, who was an engineer in these meetings, actually went and found the studies, and it turns out that the females of our species, the human race, right, and the science shows this, are less likely to get into engineering fields for biological reasons. It's not just a social construct. It's actually the way we're built at birth. So he published this and he was fired. It was a massive scandal at the time, right? You never heard of it.
I now that you mention it, yes, I believe I have heard about
Okay,
that
and
before.
the reason that it was a scandal is because he was
You cut out a bit.
my phone's running out of power here. The reason that he was fired is not because so technically he was totally correct. You can go back and look at everything he published today. It still lines up with the scientific consensus. It lines up with what you would consider unanimous psychological studies, right? He was right, but the reason that he was fired is because what he published contradicted a leftist collectivist ideology.
It is a leftist ideology.
So, okay.
Yeah.
But so I think there's a lot more nuance to that situation than might be initially
Yeah,
gained.
yeah. It's like it's so like it's so nuanced, and like I don't think we could find common ground on that. Like I think like just to get back on track like a little bit. So I guess like my point is like what can we what can we do as a community to have all creeds of life be able to play, and like where can we draw a line that everybody is happy and can play,
Okay.
like in your view.
Real quick, I do want to. I know. I know you want
Yeah,
to
you can
keep
yeah,
it. I
yeah.
do
I
want to
mean,
like respond
you
a
can answer,
bit.
man. You can answer, man. Yeah,
I
go ahead, go ahead.
I want to
It's
say
just not.
that I think you're I don't have any reason to believe you're leading me to believe anything falsely in that story, but what I would say is that like yes, there 100% there are biological differences between men and women. Like that's I don't think any rational actor is really saying that.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I think that's what you believe. The majority of my side would say. Um, it's
Yeah.
not the case, but I really don't think that anybody really does do like nobody truly does believe that.
Okay. So then why did James Damore get fired?
Well, because that probably was a case of like censorship that was not correct. I would agree that that is um not good. I would agree. I would agree.
Okay. So then why am I banned from Melee events?
Because you said something that's just hateful.
I said nothing different than what James Damore said. Nothing different. Not once.
No,
Nothing that I've said is
did.
hateful.
You did.
What?
Because you're saying that trans women aren't women.
But that is a scientific fact. There really is science to back that up. I know you're saying it's unanimous, but it's really not. It's really not. And even if I'm wrong, I'm just wrong, right? I'm not spouting hate. I'm just saying a thing I believe. How is that hateful?
because you're actively telling people that are taking part in your community that they are not they're not legit. They're not legitimate people. That their
That's
identity
crazy. I'm
doesn't
just
isn't legit.
okay.
Wait, Matt, didn't you
I
say that on
really don't
Twitter? though?
I
Didn't
really
you
don't
just?
understand the whole argument about them not existing. I never said trans women don't exist. Trans women are people. How about that? Trans women are human beings, deserving of the same rights as I deserve. Right? Does that sound hateful? No. So it's this crazy argument.
Like in order for all of us to get on a common ground, which we are asked earlier, I think that it's pretty hard right now. I'm not gonna lie. What I see.
I'm gonna sign off. Sorry, I'm
All
bouncing.
right,
See
go
you
ahead, man.
guys. Yeah.
All right,
I'm
later,
gonna
Matt.
go after. I'm
No,
probably
later,
gonna go
Matt. Thank you for
after.
joining. Thank you for
I'm
joining.
probably gonna go after this point, or maybe go on just a few more minutes or something. But I personally think that we can't move forward any further until there is compromise, because right now the LGBTQ is a supremacist ideology. What that means is that in Melee or in Smash or FGC, if you dissent from the LGBTQ ideology, which is completely normal, to have a different worldview, to have a different ideological stance on the existence, on even spiritual beliefs, you get banned and you get called that you're hateful because you disagree, simply because you disagree. And it's not equal. It's supremacist on one side, and then other people that have different worldviews, they get actually persecuted. They get hate on, and it's really bad. And it's even worse when people don't acknowledge it. It's like they're just like they call you the abuser. Like it's crazy. It is crazy. I've seen people that are banned for transphobia, quote unquote, saying what Matt said, get totally dogpiled, ostracized, and excluded from their school clubs, from banned from their competing ever again. They've been playing for years. It's just not right, and it's just even worse that people are just being disingenuous by just saying, "Oh well, you're being hateful." I don't think that that's right, because disagreement is not hate. Humans disagree all the time, and people are expected to have the common decency to be amongst people that disagree with them all the time. If you stand in public at a Starbucks, or like you go to a Chick-fil-A or something, there's gonna be people standing in line there that you know they could be I don't agree with Zionists. Let's say they could be a Zionist, hardcore Zionist. They could be LGBTQ. I don't agree with LGBTQ, but you're just going to stand in line. You're going to do the thing and go through the motions of what you're supposed to do when you're there. I think that applies for tournaments as well. Probably applies less for tournaments at locals, because locals, the person's kind of a smaller group. And yeah, I mean, the TO would be a total asshole to just ban Christians and Muslims, or people that are hold to a different science, for example, or like they hold to biology or whatever you want to say. And I think they'd be an asshole for but banning those people based off of that initially. But for majors, like we gotta got on the same page. Like the LGBTQ, they gotta give up some ground. The religious people that hold to those tenets, there's freedom of religion in America. You're not being a bigot for holding to your faith. You can be hateful with with your faith if you are trying to force it on them, if you're trying to make fun of
God,
them
man
and
alert
just
here.
abuse them, like at the
Fucking man
tournament, or
alert.
like, you know, you can do
Yeah,
that. But
it's way different. It's way different, like in person. Like I find that the people that get policed for the views, it generally tends to be online speech. But like, and that's kind of like what we were talking about with my original point when I gave you the Ricky Ortiz story, Yo-Yo. Like in person, they don't really.
yeah,
There's no hate in person, like on both sides. Like the LGBT people, they're scared to confront the quote unquote bigot. And the bigot's not going to go out of the quote unquote bigot's not going to go out of their way, just to call somebody a slur just for the sake of it. They're trying to play the game. It's literally in these online spaces where it just gets very echo chambery, and like that's not healthy. And that goes to the original point where both sides that are radical, you know, they're kind of out of whack.
The
I-
bigot
it's-
doesn't go out of their way to say it like in person, typically because they're outnumbered. But they also could. Obviously that would be
If they're
pretty fucked up.
outnumbered, then if they're outnumbered, then like that's kind of what we're talking about. Like it wasn't. They were only outnumbered because, like I said, like the people that allowed them to be there, the OGs, that weren't necessarily, you know, down with the LGBT ideology. They gave them that platform to begin with. Now, now they've become the dominant. They've become the dominant force in the space for running tournaments. So now it's like it's a supremacist kind of situation. See where I'm coming from here? Like, you don't have to agree, but like you kind of see where I'm going
let,
with that.
let me pose a scenario for Yo-Yo.
Yeah.
Imagine that the Smash scene was run entirely by Muslims and the Islamic ideology. Okay, different universe. Now, if you it was compulsory. Usually in Islam, the religion is not forced on anybody. That's against the religion. But imagine in this scenario that it's forced on you. So in order to play, and in order for your online safety and reputation, you must follow every Islamic tenet there is. If you so happen to dissent from Islam, and you're not even Muslim, you're just trying to play games. If you so happen to dissent from Islam in even the most minor way, the people in your private groups can tell on you. They can write a twit longer on you. They can start calling you a bigot. They can start hating you. They can start doxing you. They can start sending death threats. They don't get any repercussions because you're a hateful bigot for not following Islam even in the slightest way. But then you get banned, you get ostracized, and you're an abuser. Does that sound fair to you?
No, but I don't think that's what's happening to people for like having trans, like, or for spouting anti-trans ideology.
Okay, so let me explain this. So it is the same, and I'll explain to you why. So in my scenario, I gave you Islam. Now think LGBTQ for Smash.
Yeah,
LGBTQ is basically that. It is
I don't
because
agree
okay, let me
with
explain to you why. So do you agree that LGBTQ, trans women are women, is a basic tenet of LGBTQ?
sure.
Okay, so trans women are women is a basic tenet of LGBTQ. So my argument is that LGBTQ holds supremacy over Smash because if you were to say trans women aren't women, you would be dissenting from the trans ideology, aka LGBTQ ideology. Is
Sure.
that true or not? Okay,
Sure.
so that would be dissenting from the LGBTQ ideology. Now, can you get banned for saying trans women aren't women in the Smash community?
Clearly, with some cases, yeah.
Okay, so therefore, LGBTQ is a supremacist ideology that reigns over the Smash community.
I I think I think I really don't agree with that
Okay,
sentiment.
so
I
in
really
the
don't.
let me explain. So in the Islamic analogy, you said that was unfair when it was
But I
Islamic.
get it. I get the analogy. This is not my first rodeo. I
So
get
you
it.
agreed with both of the premises. So
Yes.
it follows that LGBTQ is supremacist in this scenario. I literally explained to you the exact scenario.
LGBTQ, or it, first off, it's not a religion. It's not a religion. It is a it's a movement for equality, and you could say it's an ideology that is like
That's what I'm calling it. I never called it a religion,
supremacist.
right?
Well,
Yes.
yeah, like
It's
it's a dominant.
I
It's a dominant ideology right now in FGC and Smash.
But you're making a false equivalency with the religion,
no.
like it's something that people um have
There's
to
no difference.
worship.
It's a set of beliefs. It's a set of beliefs. There's no difference. So that's why I use the Islamic ideology.
It's not a set of
I actually use
actions
that word.
though.
Okay, but people get banned for their beliefs. Is believing a trans woman is not a woman? Isn't that is that a belief or is that not a belief?
I believe that's a belief, yeah.
So you just admit it. You can get banned for your belief a differing ideology for dissenting against the supremacist ideology.
Sure.
Yeah, and that's why. Yeah, and that's why. That's why I'm pushing back so much against these bans. Like, I don't think it's not it's not healthy. It's not
Yeah,
healthy for the competitive scene.
it just logically
Yeah.
follows here that, like you yourself believe what the LGBTQ is doing in Smash is wrong by what we have logically
No,
followed.
no. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. You are setting up the scenario where LGBTQ, which it's so weird to even like say it like this, is you're saying it is a set of beliefs that you have to respect or have to adhere to be a member of the community. That's what you're saying.
You agreed to it as well. I
Well,
said, yeah, I asked you, don't you get banned if you believe that trans women aren't women? You said yes.
that can
Then I said,
happen. That can happen. That can
yes.
absolutely happen. If you are saying that in a way that's trying to make somebody's identity
No,
like not relevant or
no,
not
that's not
respected,
a
then
requirement.
absolutely.
That's not a requirement. No, for simply, like you said, and like you agreed to, simply having the belief, nothing else in that connotation.
I'm
Simply
sure
having,
there are
you can
tons
get
of
banned.
people in the community right now who don't believe that trans women are women. I'm sure there's tons of them.
Yeah, but
And
they're scared to say it because
yeah,
they'll get banned. They'll get banned.
but scared, or maybe they just have the respect to not say it to them.
No, they're scared. They're scared.
Well,
Like
sure, for sure.
I know tons of liberals. Like they're scared of getting dogpiled. They're scared of like them getting called at their workplace. They're scared of all sorts of shit happening to them. Like
Yeah, and
the mob goes ham.
cancel culture is bad. I would just say that outright. Cancel culture is bad.
Yeah.
But
Okay, so you realize that calling people bigots for following their belief, not actions, but belief, that is bigotry, right?
calling people
Because
bigots for their beliefs is bigotry.
yeah, because bigot in itself is a circular word because it just means to group people and have a certain bias towards that group. It could literally be any group. So bigot in itself is kind of a non-word, right? The way that people in the LGBTQ, you can say trans ideology, they use bigot is basically anybody that disagrees with them or their ideology. It's the same thing for transphobe. Anybody that disagrees with trans ideology, they're a transphobe. And because it's a supremacist ideology that reigns over Smash, people get banned for disagreeing with it. It's just like the Islam analogy. Like I said, like you agreed to the premise that saying trans women aren't women, that is a belief. And you also agreed that that is a belief that can get you banned. You also believe that that is a belief that is part of the LGBTQ ideology or trans ideology. So therefore, with all of those premises that you agreed to and everything follows, the LGBTQ is a supremacist ideology that reigns over Smash that you
You can
yourself
say it over and over again,
disagree.
and I disagree that is the case. I really do. I don't see it as a supremacist thing. It is more of a
Oh my god.
at
Okay, let's go
its
back to the
no,
Islam
no.
scenario, right?
So could we
The
have
Islam
a
scenario, right?
back and forth, or could we not do that? Like, could we
I'm
do
trying
that?
to help you see it.
Well,
You can
no,
go ahead.
we
I'm sorry
like.
to
What
interrupt
if
you. Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to help you see my side too? Like, this isn't like you have all the answers. Like, we there is
Go
a
ahead.
back and forth here. Okay,
Go ahead.
like this is not a supremacist ideology. This is a movement to make people more compassionate and kind towards a minority of people. That is all it really is. We're asking for you to respect other people's identity. That is not the same as telling
Okay,
people what
let me ask you a
to
question.
believe.
Let's move on from the Islam analogy. Let me
Sure.
ask you a question. Is it possible to overcompensate with compassion and end up persecuting others?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say somebody disagrees with the LGBTQ ideology because of their religious belief. Would you say that classifying that person as a bigot is overcompensating with compassion for one specific group, but and lacking in the compassion for another?
Um,
Do you see that as a form of persecution?
no, I don't, because when we're talking about a religious group that has a outlook on a minority group like LGBTQ people, their religion is saying that that is something that is like you just absolutely can't do. You can't be that. That's very different from telling people to let other people live the life they want to live.
Okay,
It's
but
way
can you
different.
see that? I get that, but do you see that in on the Smash community? People can make fun of Jesus. People can make fun of Muhammad. People can make fun of Christianity and all that sort of stuff. But the second that they disagree with trans ideology, they get booted and outed, and they get persecuted. Do you see the hypocrisy?
I could, but what would your solution be?
My solution is that there's compromise. The religious people are already mature enough to participate in events, multicultural and international, and sit alongside and fist bump the people that are different from them, differ from them. The difference is the LGBTQ, we have to point out they aren't compromising. They're actually holding a supremacist view, which you yourself disagree with. I put you in the scenario of the Islamic ideology supremacist community, and it's very unfair when they hold you to their tenets of their ideology, which not everybody in the world agrees with.
Yeah.
You may believe that it's the truth, you may believe it's the best outcome, but you have to be sympathetic. You have to understand other people's perspective. We're here to come and play the game together. I also differentiated between local tournaments and majors. When it comes to major, it's really important we can all come together to play the game. So, can you agree with there needs to be a compromise because we all have that is the solution. We have to be together despite our differences. We have to come together. Does that sound good to you?
Um, a very loaded thing. I guess the only reason I really like pause to even like agree to that is that I don't think we should have to maintain a space with people that are actively being dismissive of other people's identity. I don't think we should have to.
Aren't you being dismissive of religious people's identity by saying that?
How?
Because you're actually favoring one ideology over another. The religious people are billions and billions in the world. It's a multicultural international community.
Their majority, yeah.
And by you saying, right, by you saying that theirs is not as important as the LGBTQ ideology, you actually push
Do you
them
think
out
I
for
should? Do you
following.
think I'm saying ban religious people? Like I'm not saying that.
Well, you said that religious people that follow to their tenets are bigots. You said it multiple times during this
Well,
call. All right, so
that gets into a bigger discussion about religion, and we're never going to get to the end of that. So
we don't have to, but I'm just saying that don't you think that classifying them as bigots for their ideology, right? Even if you believe they are, you think they should be banned for that? Because right now,
no,
as it stands,
no.
okay, but so you disagree with what's happening
So,
then?
no,
I
I
mean, that's
disagree that religious people shouldn't be banned for holding their religious beliefs. I believe people who say hateful things towards a minority group should be banned.
okay. So let me say, do you not see that a religious belief of Christians and Muslims is that trans women aren't women, and that's a
Yes.
belief?
Yes.
And do you not? You also said yourself that people can get banned for holding that belief.
It sounds like you're okay with people holding that belief. They just can't say it.
But yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like
Absolutely.
that's where we that's kind of
Absolutely.
like that's kind of like what we're at the certain impasse. Like
That's
that's why.
ridiculous, though. Why shouldn't
Yeah,
people be able to say their beliefs?
Because it makes other people feel unwelcomed in a space. Especially when you're
Okay,
talking about wanting everybody to be in that space, you are discouraging it by saying something like trans women aren't women.
okay, but do you see how saying your belief that religious people's beliefs are bigoted? Do you see how that's making other people uncomfortable that may be religious and also excluding them, and you're feeling that they don't exist.
Wait.
If I were to use your same logic, right? You're saying that religious people who differ in a belief,
Yeah.
they are being hateful of LGBTQ. Well, what if religious people said, well, you classifying my difference in belief as hateful is hateful because that's you being bigoted towards me. You're pushing me out of a group for holding my beliefs. While I don't do the same because you believe trans women are women, I don't say that that is hateful against my ideology, which starkly disagrees. Yet I allowed you to play in the game. I fist bump you at tournaments, and I'm cordial and mature when we compete.
That's interesting. That's a very interesting point. I don't agree that it's comparable, but I'm willing to observe why I believe it is okay to tell a religious person or to
How is it
why
not
it's okay.
comparable?
Because it's just not. LGBTQ is not a religion. It's just not. It's not even like it's not even a way of life. Like, I mean, being gay and trans is a way of life, but believing that LGBTQ people exist is not a way of life. It's not a, you
They're
can
both
say
sets
it's
of
a,
beliefs, right? I never said that it's contingent.
there's
Why
a
is it
difference between a
contingent?
religion and a belief, though.
I think that's a bit disingenuous. They're both sets of beliefs, and they both can have sets of beliefs. Or I can refer to as ideology. You can call it a religion as well. I think people could classify trans ideology as a religion itself because it's it's spiritual and it's also metaphysical
It's
to
not.
even
It's not
posit.
spiritual.
Okay, so trans women turning into women, you don't think you think that's a physical reality, or
Yeah.
trans
Yeah.
men turning into women.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Well, at the end of
Uh,
the day, like that. That's why I think that there's the current divide right now. Like until we can come to a compromise with that, it's like the scene's never gonna heal, and like
yeah,
that's why it's gonna split up.
this is pretty crazy. I mean,
Yeah, well,
I think if you're just not gonna say if you're gonna say that it's not comparable, LGBT is not it's not a religion, and that's how you're gonna get out of it. Like, that's just disingenuous, right? Because they're both sets of beliefs, and the fact that you put one higher over another, people
There are
identify
things
as
you
Christian, right?
believe.
People identify as
There are things you believe that aren't the same as your belief in, I'm assuming, Allah. Like, that is 100% true. Like, and you can't deny that. There
Can you
are
explain
things,
more?
well, you're saying it's a set of beliefs. It's not the same as dedicating yourself to a religion. That is just a false equivalency. That's just straight up a
Okay,
false equivalency.
let me explain to you why it is an exact equivalence.
Go for
So,
it.
so religion, they hold a set of tenets of beliefs that everyone who identifies with that religion they believe in. For example, all Muslims believe in God. Is that
Sure.
true or not true? Okay, so all Muslims believe in God. So similar to
Actually,
LGBT.
wait. All Muslims don't just believe in God, they believe that the prophet is Muhammad.
Okay, we're not. I didn't say that though. We're talking about just believe in God. All Muslims believe in God. Yes or no?
Sure, but there's also a whole bunch of other things that come
Okay,
along with that.
so that we don't even need that. Trust me. All we need is believe
For
in
the
God, right?
sake of getting this going, sure. Let's go. Let's go.
All Muslims believe in God. That's something that they all do. They identify as a Muslim. That's what they believe. Now, other people, they don't have to believe in God. They don't have to. They can go and disagree with the Muslim ideology.
Yeah.
What do Muslims do? Oh, there's no compulsion in religion. We're not going to force you to believe in God, and yeah, we're going to live together. That's fine. Now to go over to the trans ideology. Trans, one thing all trans people believe, trans, in the tenet of trans ideology, is that trans women are women. Is that yes or no?
No.
So are some trans people self-hating and they're
No.
bigots?
No. So when it comes to this, this is where it gets a lot more nuanced. Like, and I don't expect this to be the view of everybody in my realm. I do personally believe that trans women are women. Like, that's a very like easy like slogan thing to say that kind of just
Okay, but
like
I didn't ask about you. I'm asking
sure,
about
sure.
trans
Let
women.
me explain. Let me explain. So there's obviously no denying that a trans woman is different from a woman. That
But
is
that's not what I asked you. I asked you, do trans women believe they can turn into women? Is that a common tenet across the board?
no. It's not. It's not a prerequisite to the belief. It's not. It is. It's believing that people can express their gender identity different from what they were born or how they were perceived at birth. Like, absolutely. Like, that's not what they believe. It's not this spiritual thing. It's not, it's, I feel like I don't belong. Like, I'm not expressing myself in the way that I will want to express myself. That is
Okay. I
how
mean,
it
so
comes down
in that
to it.
case, if in that case, we can just totally ditch this argument. If they think that it's they themselves don't think that it's a biological change and they
Whoa,
they
whoa.
don't think it's some
You
miraculous.
think that, you think that the dominant, wow. You think the dominant like
Okay, go ahead.
mentality is that trans people think that they can change their biological sex?
Of course it is. That's why they've been banning
No,
people
that
that
is
say that trans women
absolutely
aren't women.
not. That is absolutely not. No, it's about expression. There, like, if anybody even takes a like a moderate amount of interest in this, like this concept, you would have to understand that there's a difference between how, and like, you can even say that this is just simply a LGBTQ mentality, but there is a difference in LGBTQ mentality about sex and gender. So you can be born male, but you can feel female. That is like
Okay, but
that is the basics. That's the 101 of trans ideology.
okay, it's very obviously a common tenet that they believe trans women can actually turn into women
No,
since they ban
no.
people for saying that trans women aren't women
Yes,
from a
because that is a
biological base.
hateful thing. You are saying that they are not the gender that they um that they want to express as, and that's just hateful. That's hateful. You are actively pushing against what they personally view themselves as. If I tried to tell you that you're a Christian and you're a Muslim, that's pretty fucked up, right?
No, I'm not trying to actually hate on them. I'm actually just making a remark on reality and science and biology.
Okay,
I could care less what they themselves believe or what they're feeling.
here's a
I could
better
say,
example. Here's a better example. Let's say that you call the Christian a Muslim. Call the Christian a Muslim. And they're like, I'm not a Muslim. I don't believe in the Prophet Muhammad. And then you say, well, actually, the Quran is the next part of the Bible. Muhammad was the last prophet of God. So that is the way it is. Like, this is the reality of the situation. You try to tell a Christian that. They're not going to agree with that.
yeah, the Christian would probably be very mature. They wouldn't crash out and try and ban me, but they would just be like, "Oh, you disagree? That's fine. We disagree on reality."
Well,
So you see the differences, right?
you're telling me they would have a rational discussion about that?
Well, like I'm not gonna ban them.
Yeah.
I mean, in the context of FGC and Smash, I'm not gonna ban them from competition based off that. I'm
There
like, yeah,
were
like I really disagree with
fucking
you.
there were
There,
fucking wars that spanned all of Europe and Africa
Yeah,
because
but
of
that
people
doesn't.
having a difference in that mentality. That is
Yeah, but that doesn't
absolutely
mean to.
ridiculous.
Yeah, but that doesn't need to. That doesn't mean there needs to be a war in competitive video game circuits.
that's actually a false equivalence.
That
So
okay, sure, sure. So that's why we shouldn't be using it as an equivalence. That's my whole point.
no, you use a false equivalence by saying that if a Muslim tells a Christian their Muslim belief, don't you think that's wrong? Because it differs from the Christian belief. Don't you think that's hateful? No, that's ridiculous. No. especially if we're just having a conversation. People, when you have a conversation, it's a common expectation, common decency to understand that, hey, someone might think different. They might say something you disagree with. That isn't hate. That's not even hate if they know you disagree with them. That's part of conversation. Now, it just so happens that with trans people, it gets a lot more extreme. Trans people seem to hold this expectation that you need to know and tiptoe over certain aspects of reality, biology, and just like beliefs, actual beliefs on the truth of existence, which is, for example, that a man can't change into a woman. Okay, so I should be able to share that. And that is something that is extremely important to make sure that is discussed and understood, because that's a basic truth. If we don't establish that basic truth, then we're going to fall astray on everything else. All the logic is going to fall apart. If we can't establish that a man is a man and what these words mean, it's not going to work. Now, is somebody trying to establish that? Are they being hateful? What's their intention? Just because a trans person feels hate because they have experienced disagreement with their worldview, which so many people do. Muslims experience that, Christians experience that. I experienced that with you. You're an atheist. I don't believe atheism. You disagree with me on a very important aspect of life. But I've treated with you respect and I've treated you
Yeah.
cordially in general, and I'm fine with that. So you see, there's an impasse with specifically the trans ideology, and it has taken over Smash. There are a lot of people in the world, as you said, a majority, that don't agree with the trans ideology. That should be fine to disagree with the trans ideology. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's supremacist to expect everybody to exactly one to one go with your beliefs. We are coming together. We're multicultural. We're international. We're going to have disagreements. There's going to be little squabbles here and there. There's going to be tension. We have to come together despite that. It's not
Yeah, that's
fair
what.
to,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's why I think what's going to end up happening is like if the LGBT ideology is necessarily willing to budge on this, I think what's going to end up happening is it's like the majority of people are just going to make their own scene and like
We're
yeah they're
already
going to let
seeing the start
LGBT.
of that, 100%.
Yeah, like yeah, like well, right now the people that are doing that are the minority, but I think what's going to happen is it's like it's. I mean, because like I said, clearly, like we're clearly not gonna agree on this, and that's fine, right? It's like, and that's totally fine. That's not the point I was trying to make with the space. It's more so like I'm trying to get you to see that if the current trajectory continues, what's very likely is going to happen are economic forces going to come at play. It's going to be a situation where the majority of people that are not down with the ideology, they're gonna make their own turn. They're gonna make like their own tournaments and their own scenes, right? And eventually, it's gonna be a situation where it's like, yeah, like if people feel like they want their safe space, that's fine. They can have their safe space. But then everybody else is gonna make like their own tournament circuit and scenes, and like it's gonna eventually be a situation where the majority, just by economic forces, they're gonna have the healthier scene by default. And then like I'm trying to avoid that situation. I want there to be a situation where we can all play and be together in the same space, regardless of whether we agree or disagree or not. But I feel like with the current trajectory, what's going to happen is everybody, the majority of people, they're going to make their own spaces. They're going to have like their own natural tournament spaces and tournament circuits. And the LGBTQ people, they're going to be allowed to play if they can be mature enough to be around people that hold dissenting views towards them. And then as a result, just by natural economic forces and just by them being the majority, they're going to end up getting more views and influence, and like the LGBT like supremacist view is going to lose power in the scene.
Well,
And like that's not necessarily something that I want to happen. Like I said, I'll rather be that we all play like in one scene, but
yeah.
I feel like that's going to be unavoidable at a certain point.
And it honestly, it might be in some ways for the best. Um, because like we wouldn't want to be in a space
I
that
mean, it shouldn't have
has
to. Well, it shouldn't have to be
certain
that way.
views.
Because if it wasn't so, the reason why I push back on it so much, the OGs of the scene gave the LGBT the space to begin with. Why is it that like they're kicking everybody else out?
I
It
think
shouldn't be
it's
a
just part of
situation.
the it's just part of the religion. It's part of the ideology. You don't call it, you. It's not a
See,
religion. You
just
like
call it
calling it
straight up a
religion, but
religion.
Yeah, I mean, it's
It's
not a religion.
it's
I
part of
mean,
the it's part of the ideology then
yeah.
that one of their tenets is that they can't associate with people they disagree with on this. It's too they have
Yeah.
to they hold it too dear. They have to be amongst only themselves. It
Well,
seems like
let's
there's an
not act like
impasse
that's
there.
a simply just LGBTQ thing. That is any ideology thing.
No, no,
No,
it's
it's
not
not.
true.
Like as I explained with the Muslim
Yeah.
Christian example, right? Like that's even just one example that completely refutes, right?
How is
Because
that? How is that? What
Well,
do you, how?
well,
Wait, whoa.
the reason why I say
so a
the reason.
Muslim that is speaking with a Christian can share his Muslim beliefs, and then the Christian can disagree, yet they still are able to play Melee together.
There's
Yeah, like
also people who disagree on LGBTQ stuff, and like
And they
anti-LGBTQ
get
stuff.
banned.
But
yeah,
they also exist where they don't get banned and they coexist. That happens
Okay, but
probably on a that probably
there's
happens
way
at
too
every
many
event.
yeah,
examples of bannings, right? Of
There's way
people
too many
being
examples of bannings. I bet there's way too many examples as well of people who are of different religions not getting along.
even one person being banned unjustly is too much.
So
So you
even
see
one
that people
person
yeah,
dying in a religious holy war is too much. Like, what are you talking
yeah,
about?
but nobody, yeah, but nobody's, yeah,
that
but no,
doesn't make sense,
nobody's dying because of a
right?
fighting
Like
game tournament.
that
Like,
doesn't follow it.
let's keep it in the space of like competitive fighting game tournament, just so we don't, because like I said, obviously we're not going to agree on that. Like, no LGBT person is going to be dying at a competitive tournament because somebody said views that they don't agree with. Like, I guess what I'm trying to get you to realize is that, again, and I can't stress this enough, the OGs of the scene literally, because they were inclusive, they gave the LGBT their space. And now what's happened is it's become a perverse situation where now they're the dominant view in competitive gaming, and now they're kicking anybody out that doesn't agree with them. Like, do you not see like how problematic that is?
I do see if it was the case that
It is the case. Yeah,
LGBTQ people are kicking people out unjustly, absolutely. And I don't even deny that that's happening. I'm 100% sure that is happening. I am 100% sure that's happening. There are bans in Smash that I disagree with. There's bans I absolutely do agree with. But I don't think it is as rampant of a problem as you guys see. And I really do think
well,
that it's a more of a response to bigotry. I really do. I
well,
see
like,
the hair trigger
but
as a response to bigotry and
but the
hatefulness.
bigots. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that the bigots, the quote unquote bigots, let the gay and trans people in the space to begin with.
Well,
They let them in the space to begin with.
what
Like,
do
this
you
is
mean by letting them in the space, I guess?
okay. Like, so like I said, like I've been playing fighting games since 1987. All right.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm playing literally. Literally, what happened is that it used to be like a totally male dominated space, and
Uh-huh.
then there were minority groups such as gay and trans and women,
Uh-huh.
and like it's mostly, and we said earlier it's mostly like a boys club.
100%.
We so they got, so like I said, I mentioned before, like we let them in the space to even play and be in a competitive environment, even though we did not agree with their ideology. We let them in the space. We taught them how to run tournaments. We taught them how to stream. We taught them how to community build.
But
And what's
you're not really saying what it means to let them in the space. Did they
let them enter a tournament to let them enter a tournament.
Like
well
even though the people that disagreed or they weren't one to one on the beliefs, they let them in, even though they were
uh-huh.
different, even though they had
Yeah, they let them
specific.
play in the tournament.
Are there
They
people
weren't
you don't let into the tournament?
No, no.
Okay.
Unless no, unless they're breaking like laws,
Of
no.
course. Of course. Of
Yeah,
course.
so like that was called. That's how the arcade scene existed forever, like before even Smash even existed.
Because
And like,
yeah.
go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say because like that would be really fucked up if you guys were excluding people based on how they act. And I understand where you're saying like the OGs let them in. I would say probably some of the OGs were gay and trans people. Um, I know it's
It was a
very
very, it was a minority. It was definitely a minority
of course they
for sure.
probably there is a argument to be made that the majority of people are now either gay or trans or
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
sympathetic to them. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we were all originally sympathetic to them. That's why we let them in.
of course,
If we weren't sympathetic to them, we never let them play in the first place.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is like they flipped it. Now all of a sudden it's like you see what I'm trying to get at? It's like it became a situation where the OGs, while they don't necessarily agree with the views, they let them play in tournaments. Some of them are very sympathetic to their causes. They let them do them. You know, they're like, okay, they're gonna be the future generation of the competitive scene. So we're gonna teach them all the ropes. Once they learn all the ropes, then the script flips. Now it's like, oh, everybody doesn't agree with a bigot. Let's get them out. Like, do you not see like
do you think
do
that
you
was
not
like
see
a
what
calculated move on
no,
trans
obviously
people?
not. No.
Okay. That's
No,
good.
obviously not.
Good.
Obviously not. Obviously not.
Good.
The problem is they got power, and because the ideology itself, I think they got power, right? And then they started to use that incorrectly. The leadership went awry. They started, if they had a disagreement and they didn't like somebody, they started actually enacting their power against that person. They started spreading like certain language about them, saying that they're not welcome. Them disagreeing equals hate, and that shouldn't be. I mean, that's
Yeah,
ridiculous, right?
basically, what I'm trying to say is like we gave them the house that they built, and they're coming in and kicking everybody out, kicking everybody else out that they don't agree with. That's why the alternative scene is happening, and like I'm trying to stop that from happening because I know that like if the majority of people like who don't agree with the ideology start over and make their own tournament scene, then it's gonna be a situation where they're just playing by themselves, and like that's not good for anybody. That sucks for them, and I
It
mean
also
like
becomes
that
an
sucks for
echo
everybody.
chamber. It becomes an echo chamber of ideas.
It
And
sucks. It sucks.
if I hope you guys can tell, I personally am not a fan of echo chambers. I like getting out there. I like having these discussions. I like flexing my brain muscles. But I really don't think that is. I think that might happen. I really do. I don't think you're completely incorrect there, but I
Yeah,
also
no,
don't
like
think that it is right to. I don't think that it's really realistic to think that the trans people aren't the ones with a lot more to lose here and aren't the ones on the right side of history. And I know that's going to sound
well,
ridiculous
oh,
to a lot of you guys.
well, I mean, it's not about being right or wrong here. It's just that the economic forces, what I'm saying is that it's not about right or wrong. The economic forces and the sheer numbers they're gonna prove what's right or wrong, not so much the ideology. That's do you get what I'm trying to say? It's
I
like
get what you're trying to say
yeah,
there,
yeah.
but I also don't think that will necessarily benefit the non uh what you would guys would call the woke crowd. I really don't think that would. I think we
I
see this divide
I
in history a lot.
I mean, like, I mean, in the context of people trying to advance the game and advance the meta and finding out who the best players are, like, it will benefit them because, like, they don't care so much about the ideology, more so like about finding out who the best player is, which is the point of a tournament in the first place. So
Do you think
it will
the
benefit them
do you think the
because they
less
don't have to.
inclusive space will
Well,
typically
like,
have more players?
when you say less inclusive space, it's like if they're the majority, less inclusive for who? If we're allowing them to enter still, it's it's technically not less inclusive. It's just that they still have power.
Look, I think the
Interesting.
difference is right. Like, if there's a Muslim running a tournament, right, he's gonna let LGBTQ people join, right? That's fine. If I were to run a tournament, I would let LGBT people join, even though I would let atheists join, right? Even though they starkly disagree with a main tenet of my life, of my religion, of my ideology. But on the other end, what we're seeing, it's because I'm not a supremacist, right?
Hey, by the way,
I'm
I'm gonna bring Tenryo in. I see Tenryo
yo,
on
what's
the
up?
queue. I'm gonna bring him in right now.
Okay.
Yeah, go on, continue.
So on the other end, what I'm trying to help you see is that with a trans person running a tournament, they're going to end up banning somebody that believes something like a trans woman isn't a woman, or that homosexuality is wrong or cross-dressing is wrong. Those things, if they're inherent beliefs of people, right? A trans person, they're more sensitive to disagreement, to an extreme, to a supremacist level. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand,
Yeah,
right?
they're really
Because if you
snowflakes.
look at
Do you think?
they're going to actually go ahead.
Do you think it's everyone with that?
No, it's not.
belief?
No.
No, it's not
not
everyone, but it is quite a lot, and it's like probably
It's
95 to 99%
it's the newer
of
crowd.
what
It's
I.
the newer crowd. Like people that are OG gay and trans, like from the millennial generation, are not like this. They're not like
Well,
this.
But don't
also,
you see that as wrong? Before we move on,
yeah,
don't you see that as wrong to have that sort of hypocrisy, right?
it,
Like
it,
where
it really depends on the individual case of hatred. Like straight up. I believe with Matt's situation that we heard about, he didn't tweet trans women aren't women to he didn't tweet that to state a belief. He tweeted that to offend. Like that is an offensive thing to say to people in a community that
well, what if
you're a
people
part
find
of.
belief? What if people find a belief offensive? Can that not be two at
They could.
once?
They could absolutely.
Okay, so
It's
Okay, so here's my question to you. What does that have to do with the games? Whether
No.
or not
What's
someone
up, Terrio?
believes
what's up,
something,
Teddy?
and what's going on, guys? What's going on? What does that have to do with the games? I'm hearing this left and right. I see what the the space is
you're
about. It's
not
about
able to play the
politics
game
and
without a
FGC.
community. There you
It's
go.
about the politics and FGC and Smash. What does it belong? Yes or no? My opinion is no. It doesn't belong in Smash. It doesn't belong in the FGC. It's about video games. It's about coming together. Like I'm gonna be real with you. Like I don't care if a person's like trans, gay, or whatever. If they can press buttons good, I'm gonna beat the shit out of them. Or if they beat me or whatever, it just is what it is. I want to run the set. I don't give a. I'm gonna curse a flying fuck about like who believes in what and how they perceive this and that. I
Clearly.
have my own personal beliefs, and I don't, like I don't want to be discriminated for something that I'm essentially not going to regard. I have my own beliefs. I'm a Catholic. I'm Christian. But I'm not going to kill anybody. I'm not going to go around killing anybody or threaten anybody. But I have my own set of beliefs that I'm going to post on my public social media about, and I don't care really what anybody has to say about it. So, trans people feel the same way, right? So why is it that we're constantly ostracized, constantly, put into a position where people are writing hit pieces about us and they're banning us and they're, doing all of this stuff to keep us out of the scene overall when it's supposed to be about the video games and not about like something extremely external, What's that about? That's what my question is to you.
It's because people's existence in the community is inherently political, and the fact that you can't get your mind around that is
But why? But why? Why is that
because
like a
everything's
thing? Why
political.
is he
Everything's political.
like no?
Politics
The team
influence
doesn't.
you in
No,
every bit of
everything's
your
not
life,
political.
buddy.
Video games not political. When I'm
Yes,
sitting there and I'm doing a go key combo on
it's
you,
getting louder.
like
It's
if he's
getting more
talking about
correct.
tariffs and some shit, no, he's not. He's beating the shit out of you. He's spending meter and he's gonna put you in the corner. He's gonna throw you, loop you. He's not. He doesn't care about the fucking state of the economy or tariffs or what foreign policies being initiated. We're not. Who cares? Who fucking cares?
Clearly not you. So wrong, wrong fucking
And you
discussion.
should know, clearly not me, and no one else should care, and that's the problem. I've been ostracized and banned from multiple tournaments just
Clearly.
because of my association with a political movement. Absolutely, I lost everything. I lost my opportunity to work with a company that I've been working for over 20 years because someone thought it would be a good idea to write a couple of hit pieces about me and then go to these people and then harass for basically harass my entire livelihood because I had the wrong political opinion at that moment, which had nothing to do with anything related to the game, the company, nothing, period. So why is this always a thing? Why do we always have to have these like stupid conversations about politics? Why is it mostly the political left who are, they're taking the reins of power and they're essentially gatekeeping? Why is that happening?
Because we recognize that politics affect every part of our life.
And what part of politics affects fighting games? Where does it
affects
affect
the
it?
community? It affects the people that
How
show up to
so?
your
How
events.
so? Please explain that to me.
Because every single person there exists outside of the context of just that event.
All right, so but what does it have to do with the event? You're talking about outside of the context, but what about inside of the context, which is, hey, I'm going to play a video game. Hey, I'm going to mash 6 buttons. We're going to shake hands, and that's just going to be the end of it. Where does that exist? Where does the politics exist in that?
It exists in the simple sense that there are people there that are taking part of this event. Like, it's not that it deals with the event specifically. It's that everyone has to deal with politics. Every single person has to deal with politics. Every single person.
No, I'm gonna say this. No one's thinking about tariffs and politics when someone's going to a major. No one's thinking about that.
You are not.
No one's stressing about, hey,
you don't
how is
have
Trump
to think
affecting
about
how is Trump affecting my life today when they're waking up and they're potentially going 0-2 in pools instead of, drinking the night before and partying with whatever, instead of like taking their craft seriously.
And that's cool.
Like, it's like,
you are not the type of person that has to.
At that point?
You're not the type of person who has to. You don't have to think about politics. That's fine.
This is
In
why
fact,
we're.
it's probably best if you don't. In fact,
this
it's
is
probably
exactly-
best that you don't, because you clearly don't care enough. You clearly don't care enough.
I care more than you think.
Oh,
so,
then maybe
a lot of the problem
maybe
is,
politics are involved with the things that you enjoy.
The problem is that a lot of people in the scene are extremely mid-wit political wannabes who want to be pundits instead of just focusing on something that they're actually passionate about. If you want to do politics, all right, start a politics channel and make it specifically about the politics itself. Do not bring that into the scene. These are completely two different things. But people do this all the time. They create a space, or they take over. They make a hostile takeover of a space. They go and they enact their political policy onto every single person. And if you don't agree with their politics, you don't agree with their worldview, they will ostracize you. They will kick you out. They will gatekeep you in many different ways. And people are tired of it. And it's showing not only in, on social media, but it's showing in the numbers. People are not going to less people are going to majors, less people are going to locals. Even not a lot of people are supporting. Yeah, the tariffs are one thing, and the economy is rising, costs are rising or whatever. But instead of like sitting down saying, hey, let's try to get with the times and focus on trying to get people paid and focus on bringing some revenue to the scene. Instead of doing that, people are just like, oh, these tariffs, oh, this and that, everything's affecting everything. Politics is affecting us. And nobody's really thinking about that. People just want to watch Street Fighter. People just want to watch like Tekken, or, think about the Tekken patch and how terrible that is, or whatever the case may be. Why does politics need to be in the FGC period?
Why are you discussing this?
It's not.
What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? I'm making sure everybody is okay. I'm making sure everybody does what they're supposed to do. I'm making sure everybody understands that there is a distinct difference between politics and between esports. There is no like, oh, this affects this, everything. You got to think about politics like 24/7 if you want to do anything. No, that's bullshit. It's utter fucking bullshit. You don't have to think about fucking politics when you're on a bus ride with your fucking arcade stick in the back of your fucking in your bag or in your fucking knapsack or whatever. You're not thinking about that shit. Like nobody fucking cares. I hosted plenty of tournaments. I hosted fucking tournaments by myself, 100-man tournaments with fucking suitcases on my back with no fucking help. Okay. And I didn't think about fucking politics then. I didn't give a fuck. I still don't.
That's why you're not around anymore, apparently.
I'm still fucking around. I'm still around. I have 16K followers. I have so much going on for me right now. I'm a fucking head of a fucking esports team. I'm a head of an esports company 24/7. I'm gathering players. So many people agree with me on this scenario, and there's going to be more of us who agree even further. And not only that, but now look what's happening as an end result of all of this taking place. Now the Saudis are coming in and swooping in, and they're buying the dip, And people, oh, I don't like the Saudis. I don't like this. I don't like that. Maximilian, like, oh, I'm gonna virtue signal online and talk about. I don't want to be a part of Fatal Fury, whatever. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, but good luck doing any further business with these people. Like, it's just really stupid, Like, and one thing doesn't have to do with the next. Like, you're getting something like completely involved. Like, people don't even know the full case of like Ronaldo, for example, and then people are getting mad about that. It's so stupid. Why are we even focused on any of this stuff? Like, who cares? Like, if you're mad at Ronaldo so much, go punch him in the face in the game. Like, who gives a shit?
My dude, you're talking about how much people don't care, but clearly you do. You're here. You're talking about it.
Yeah, I'm a reactionary. I've been affected by the ostracization, by the fucking, all of these people trying
virtue
to,
signaling, all that.
take me out, all the virtue signaling and all of it. I've been personally affected by it. I've been targeted. I've had hit pieces written about me. I've had my company disavowed me because there were so many people trying to, do like in that cancel culture against me. Like, I've been there. Like, a lot of us have been here. Arturo's here, Mech's here. We've all been through this stuff, and people are just sick and tired of it. People are sick and tired of the virtue signaling, saying, oh, oh, I don't want women in the FGC. Like, I don't care. I don't give a damn. I'm just tired of the social media virtue signaling. Yeah, I'm going to be online. I'm going to say what I say online. Yeah, as being opinionated or whatever. Like, we have our social media. We're free to say whatever the fuck we want. But why does that affect the spaces that we're in overall, as far as like being in a public space, just playing video games? No one's violent. No one's causing any sort of like internal chaos or anything like that. No one's doing anything to harm the event. So why is this always a thing? Look what happened with Hacks. Nothing that had nothing to do with, like, yeah, he made a video about Leffen, but okay, he said Hitler. Like, he compared him to Hitler, and bro has been banned for 10 years.
Stalin,
and that does something to someone. That does something to a lot of people. Like, having your entire livelihood ripped from you overnight. That's like cancel culture at its worst.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are not taking. People are certainly not taking responsibility for it. They're schlicking back and saying, "Oh, well, his mental health." All these like crazy excuses, and no one's taking accountability for the fact that they failed that man. They failed him, and there are more cases than that. Cases that you never even heard of. You probably never even heard of my name before I arrived here today.
Oh yeah, I have no idea who you are. I have no idea who you are.
So many different cases. That's exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm talking about. And this is what Arturo's trying to explain to you. This is what Mech is trying to explain to you. It happens on a bigger scale than you could ever fathom, that you can ever realize. And this is why there is a parallel economy. This is why there is people there are people gathering together like, hey man, this is like fucked up. Like, Tenryo was like one of the first people who got like canceled for like his association with Nick Fuentes and the Groypers. He agrees with their policies, their politics, and things like that. Let's write hit pieces about him, call him a Nazi, do this and do that. It's like, why though? Why are you doing that? Like, why are you trying to ruin my livelihood and trying to remove me from something that I'm passionate about? And for the most part, they succeeded. They succeeded in like not only affecting me, but my business, my livelihood, but they affected the company that they claimed that they were protecting, quote unquote. And like now the game is like pretty much trapped in a different region, like Chaos Code, if you've never heard of it. I put 16 years of my life behind it. So like it's just a lot of like craziness that the scene overall needs to like this definitely needs to be addressed in a more like neutral manner. Like, hey, like keep politics out of gaming in general. Like it doesn't belong. Like, hey, I'll run a set with a tranny. I don't give a damn. Like, I'll beat the shit out of you. And if I don't, like if I lose, I lose. It is what it is. But we keep it within the games. We keep it within the context of the games. Where does the politics come in with all of this? What does it have to do with it?
Perfect example. This is a fucking perfect example right there. You just said the word you just said. I don't want to say it. I'm not super anti like speaking words that people don't like, but I won't say that word because I know that it would hurt people.
Come on, bro. Say it. Come on.
I won't say it. I won't say it. But you just said that word. That word right there ostracizes certain people, and they don't want to be in a space
How so?
with someone like you.
How am I? Listen. How am I ostracizing you when I said, like, yeah, I'll run the set with you? I don't care what your political ideology
because you
is.
said
How am I ostracizing
what
you?
is essentially a slur to them.
And
that's
I
not cool. If somebody came up
I'll
and said the N
I'll
word
call
to
you
you,
whatever. I'll call you stuff. I'll say whatever it is that need to be said. I'll say
imagine
whatever it
some
is I want to say
skinhead comes up to you
out of
and says, "I'll run a set with you." N word, like that's fucked up.
That'd be awesome. That'd be fucking great. And
You would
I love that.
unironically be cool with that.
Listen. I'm gonna run a set. I'm gonna beat him where it fucking matters. Okay.
I might
So
beat
who
him
cares?
outside the game.
Who cares?
Okay. All right.
Nah, why would you do that? If he's wanting to run a set with you, he calls you like a.
If he calls
I know
me
you're
a
on Twitch.
hard R, bro,
I'm not gonna. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not gonna let my emotions, like, you know. I know it's about the game. I know he's trying to get under my skin or whatever. I don't care. Like, he wants to run the set. It is what it is. Like, let's match.
Is that really about the game? If somebody's calling you,
it's about the game. He said, "I'm gonna run a set with you. You double N. I don't care. Like, that doesn't affect me. I don't.
Yeah,
If
if somebody folds like in a set because they got called a slur, then I consider them a weak player. Like, they suck. They can't. They let the word get under their skin so much that they fold. That, like, they don't deserve to be there. Like, in the tournament.
So somebody's capacity to be able to handle that sort of hate and their proclivity at the game determines their worth on whether they're even supposed to be in that space.
No. They can be in the tournament. It determines their worth on whether they can advance in the bracket. If they can't handle it, because tournaments are trial by fire. If they can't handle the fire, like, then get out. Then they go to the losers bracket. They get out of the kitchen. They get eliminated from the tournament.
You really are OG East Coast.
That's
fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. No. So I get that, and I get why you like that, but I don't think that should be a prerequisite for somebody getting into the scene. And I think the explosion of people who aren't guys and aren't straight being in the scene is because we've had more sensitivity to people's, like, hate.
It's because
they're like,
it's because we've allowed them to
sensitivity. Fuck it.
It's because we've allowed them to be there. Like, plain and simple. It's not because we're being more sensitive. Like, we let them.
Well, you allowed them to be there because they just showed up. You wouldn't have told them no.
Yeah, and but now the trannies try to tell us no. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, because you used the word.
That's my thing. It's like, we let them in the space, and now the trannies is telling us get the fuck out. Like, what? It make sense.
Do you think you should be allowed to be in that space if you are spouting hateful stuff?
Absolutely. If I'm not jumping over your, hold on, Art, let me say something real quick. If I'm not jumping over your body, stabbing you, if I'm not, like, causing you any sort of direct physical harm, if I'm not punching you in the face, like, you know, doing anything to, like, disrupt the event or anything like that, if I say something to you and you're just like, oh, well, you know, whatever. If I say a word to you, like, it should not matter. It should not matter. We're running the set. We're gonna, like, you can hate me at the end of the day. Like, you're entitled to your feelings, your emotions, or whatever. But then you go and try to, like, ruin somebody's life, their livelihood, and do all of this other, like, underhanded stuff in order to, like, get people removed.
I will not deny that that's not bad. I'm not a fan of cancel culture. You'll never hear me say
that's what happens to us overall. That's what happens to anybody that will even engage. Like, no one's, let's be real, dude. No one's going around, like, saying, like, double N's or, you know, like, saying slurs on purpose or anything like that. Or, like, somebody, you know, some people might get a little edgy online or whatever the case may be. But it's just edgelord stuff. It's not like something that's, like, serious or anything like that. But a lot of people, like, do these things to where they take it to, like, a next level, sort of, like, you know, and then go try to ruin people's livelihoods, get them canceled off social media. I just had a mass report campaign. I was banned off X for, like, a whole month recently for something I didn't even do. You know, for something I didn't even do. They didn't even have the proof. And I have multiple amounts of tweets proving that people were targeting me to get me banned off of the platform for a whole month. I sat there like, making appeals like, hey, I have like multiple amount of tweets saying like, hey, they're targeting me. They're doing this. This is how what they engage in. This is what they do. A lot of it is just bad faith, attacking of people's livelihood. And this happens not only in esports, not only in our sector, but it happens in it happens everywhere, dude. Everywhere. People are losing jobs, people are losing livelihoods, families are going under, people are losing, mortgages, houses, all sorts of stuff because they said the wrong thing on social media one day or something like that. Then you have like a whole mob in front of your house. Like, you said this in the blah, blah, blah. Like,
and I think that's bad. I do think that's bad. I really do.
That's insane. It's not bad. It's insane.
But I also don't think we throw the baby out with the bathwater here. I really don't. I think that we should still be inclusive to as many people as we can. I think that the sheer fact that the diversity in tournaments has gone up as our tolerance for hatred has gone down, I think that's just a good sign. And I really don't.
What is hatred? How do you define hatred? How do you when I just explained to you like, hey, like a lot of it is just like genuine like edgelord stuff, sort of like playing the villain to get under somebody's skin or whatever the case may be. None of it is like real. It's like kayfabe. So
people don't like that.
But where's the hatred? Where's the genuine hatred coming from? You keep saying hatred. You got to define that for me, dude.
Sure. So the hatred is that stuff that you would consider edgelord stuff. It's that stuff that you personally see as harmless, but you're also not.
When it's not anything serious, when it's kayfabe, and I just explained that to you. How is it?
Because you don't think it's serious doesn't mean that other people don't interpret it as more serious and more damaging.
So it would be okay if I were to like, let's say somebody quote unquote hurts my feelings. It would be okay for me to like completely go in their accounts and like try to do all of the things that they did. All right, so that's what happens, right? That's what happens.
Comfort and your existence at an event shouldn't be like disturbed by somebody else saying hateful things to you. And like you said, hurting your feelings, but yeah, like if somebody's like directly going out of their way to harass you at an event, like at an event I run, I would absolutely do something about that.
But how are they harassing me when I understand the fact that it's just like edgelord posting, like edgelord?
Everybody has a different threshold, and not everybody has the threshold of being able to get a bunch of like hate or get like even have just like a little bit of teasing done to them. Like not everybody's capable.
So isn't that beholden of the individual and not the collective?
No, I think the collective should adhere to the lowest common denominator, and because we want as many people to feel included as possible.
Okay, let me jump in and ask you a question, Yo-Yo. Let's say that there's a competition going on, since that's what we're supposed to be talking about, right? In the game, and there is one faction, one player playing on one side, and there's one player playing on the other. Now, don't you think that it's an expectation there's a possibility of getting cheered against in the game based on faction, based on maybe region, based on people's proclivity to like a certain player or not?
Yeah,
right?
Of course.
Would you consider it exclusion for a player to get cheered against and be maybe some phrases thrown here and there? Would you say that is good? That's a sign of a good competitive environment, or is that a bad competitive environment that they're getting negative?
I'd say that's a good competitive environment. I would. But I'm also I am a person with a lot more thick skin than a lot of other people. Clearly, I'm fucking here. And I've also been that person.
Yeah, but we're not attacking you though.
Of course. I know. But I've also been that person who has been like, somebody has shot around after a set and was like, hey, like, could you have like shut the fuck up? Like, because I'm the one like screaming for my friend to do well. Like, I've been that guy. I exist in that space. I get that.
My guy.
That's the thing. That's why it's exciting, because there's a tension there. Because there's not everybody. There's a tension where there's different people that want different other people to win. It's like there's a disagreement on who people want to win. Somebody wants Mango to win. Somebody wants Armada to win. So what this homogeneity making it homogenous of
It's
just
so boring.
one type of person, right? And one type of enclosed thing. And commentators are afraid to say how they feel. And the players, they're dwindling because it's getting more exclusive, because that's what it is. It's exclusive, right? That's boring.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like
so boring.
it's like people are afraid. Like I heard you say in the beginning of this space, you care about vibes. You want the vibes to be good. The vibes have been bad. They
The
have been
vibes,
worse recently.
yeah, the
That you
vibes
can
are only
hear it.
good. Yeah, the vibes are only good when two opposing players come together and like they have like and like there's a backstory there. Like, bro, like I come from a scene. Look, like, I come from arcade era where I've literally gone to arcade. Okay, this is true hate. This is true hate. Okay, I come from an era where I've literally gone to an arcade. I played somebody. I don't know if you know about Mortal Kombat, but I've played somebody in Mortal Kombat, and I did a mercy on them and did a babality on them. So that means that I beat them without holding the block button, and I gave them a mercy, which means after they're in the fatality sequence, I revived them and brought them back to life, right? And
Yeah.
then just shit on them again. What the player did as a result, he pulled a gun to my head, bro. He pulled a gun to my head, and he said, "Get the fuck." He said, "Get the fuck out of the arcade," right?
Yo, all right,
That,
tell them about how motherfuckers used to get stabbed for KOF 97,
yeah,
bro.
yo,
Like,
yeah. People used to get stabbed. Like that's true hate, bro. Like
Do you
people
think
getting
that was a
raised.
good thing though?
No, of course
no.
not.
Okay,
But
okay, okay.
That's the point we're making.
yeah, no, of course not. That's fucking terrible. What I'm trying to say is like that's true hate. Not like somebody getting raised at a tournament. Like if somebody gets under, like I said, like if somebody's playing in a tournament and like they get under their skin because they call them slurs, tough fucking shit. Then like you're not strong enough. You're not strong enough. That's basically what it comes down to. Like you're not strong enough. Like a tournament is supposed to be survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. Like that's what makes it hype.
The thing is, we may have this disagreement on whether slurs can be said or whatever, but when we're talking about a major tournament where it really matters, where people want to go and competitors that care want to go and they be on the big stage and they want to do at prestigious tournaments, they want to
Yeah.
test their skills and talent.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous that those players would be barred off for simply holding different beliefs that differ from, let's say, political beliefs or ideological beliefs or religious beliefs. Do you agree with that or do you disagree?
Wait, I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say there. I'm sorry. Could you
Is
say
it
it one more time?
wrong? Is it wrong that at major tournaments that are prestigious and hold a high bar for talent and skill
Yes.
should ban players for having differing belief, ideology, or religion from one specific type of belief, such as trans ideology?
Like so obviously the way you're phrasing it, like yeah, that's bad.
That's
But I
good. I
really don't
appreciate
think
that.
that's what's happening. I like we're not talking about people having a different set of beliefs. We're talking about people being hateful towards a different group of people,
Okay,
like
so
a minority of people.
so you believe that somebody being banned for being hateful towards a specific minority group, that is warranted?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
like that
Do you believe that
that
well,
causes a dead
one sec.
scene and to
One
go.
sec.
Sorry, go ahead.
So you believe that somebody being is warranted to be banned if they are hateful towards a certain minority. Okay, good. So is it warranted for someone to be banned if they disagree with a certain minority?
No.
So then you would agree that somebody disagreeing with the statement a trans woman can become a woman should be allowed at a tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've been pretty consistent with that. I think where we might be disagreeing is that I don't believe you should be able to say that on online to like your community and not expect to get hate for that. I don't know if you should necessarily be banned for that, but I definitely wouldn't have much sympathy if you were banned for that.
Well, which one? So you said a lot of stuff, but
Okay.
at the end of the day, you believe that they should not be banned for saying trans women are not women.
Yes. Well, okay,
Okay.
wait. Saying that, because that's a very I think that's different than believing that. I really do. I believe there is a difference from saying that and believing that. Because when you're saying it, you're directing that towards people. When you're believing that, like you can't thought police people, and I don't want to thought police people. I'm
Okay.
sure there are people out there that want to. I don't.
Yeah, you don't, but there are a lot of people that do. There are power structures within the scene that do, which is the problem. This is why we are here right now reacting to it because it has happened to us. And like I said before, there are cases that you have never even heard of to where you're outside of your field of vision, outside of your scope, where there are people that are banned every single day for having the wrong opinion, for having wrong think that doesn't agree with the opinions of TOs, publishers, people that have the control of the power structure, which is mostly the political left. This is the problem that we're having. And not only that, there, like I said before, there is a cancer culture that exists where there are a lot of people who write hit pieces. They try to they try to destroy your credibility, destroy your reputation, destroy your livelihood for having a set of political, religious, sexual, whatever the case may be, beliefs that have nothing to do with the games themselves specifically. This is the problem. This is why we're here.
Yeah, precisely. It's a huge issue. It affects so many people negatively. Hacks, he's not the only person that has suffered. He's the one that has met the worst demise, and it's such a tragedy. There's so many more people that suffer from the same thing that he did. And band players are treated like absolute scum, absolute trash, basically worse than Indian untouchables. You can tell them to kill themselves. You can tell them you can be racist towards them. You can be anything you want. You can dox them. You can send them death threats. You can do That's not right, especially because most of the band players, I dare say most, are banned for corrupt reasons, are banned for supremacist reasons, one ideology over the other. There's no freedom of thought in the Smash community. There's no freedom of religion. I gave you the Islamic analogy. I said, hey, if there was Islamic supremacy in the FGC and Smash, let's say you had to follow Islam and Islam's tenet, and you had to walk on eggshells. And if you dissented even a centimeter from the Islamic beliefs, well, you would start getting banned. You would start getting ostracized. People, what your closest friends would tell on you to the TO, and then you would be called the abuser. You would be called the one that was actually the oppressor for stepping a little bit outside of this ideology that you don't share. You don't even believe in God, let's say, or you don't believe that homosexuality is wrong. You agreed earlier in this call that that was wrong. Why can't you see that on the flip side, in a community on the FGC and Smash, where there's a set of beliefs and ideology which not all the people share in the world, a worldwide community, the FGC is supposed to be multicultural, international, and they hold you to that same standard I gave with the analogy with their set of tenets. You dissent even just a little bit, your closest friend is going to tell on you. There's going to be a big set of dog piles on you. There's going to be death threats. You're going to be banned. You're going to be set to that ban status. You're going to be ostracized. You're going to suffer. You're going to lose your entire career. Your skills and talent and time put in the game don't matter anymore.
I'm not defending that. I'm not. I'm not. I'm really
Well,
not.
well, then we see eye to eye. I think that's good. I mean,
We see
earlier
eye
we
to
were
eye
having an
on that.
impasse.
We see eye to
Yeah.
eye on that, but there are things we do. The thing we disagree with is how best to go about being inclusive in the community.
Well, I just gave the best way and the only way is no matter what side of the political aisle you may be on, it shouldn't even matter. Like politics should not even matter in the FGC and the Smash community. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't dictate on how we interact with each other in the game. I don't have to like you, in order to play you, I don't have
Yeah.
to like
And
We don't have to
that
be
exists
friends.
in these communities right now. And I don't think that's something we want to get rid of. We don't want one way of thinking. We just don't want you to make people who already are susceptible to feeling like ostracized from the community. We don't want you to make them feel even more ostracized. Like that's
But you
what
But
we
remember
want.
earlier in
but
this
they're
call,
not.
I
That's
talked to you about like having overcompensation with empathy, right? And how that can
Yeah.
be a problem.
Yeah,
You're
absolutely. There's
favoring one group and overcompensating too much empathetically, where you start excluding other people. And your dream for an inclusive community is actually becoming imbalanced.
we're not
The
excluding them
ship starts sinking.
because of their we're not excluding them based on factors they can't control. People we are excluding are people who are actively trying to be hateful and towards other people. These are people who
Not
are
everyone.
trying
There's a lot of
to
people that
be exclusive in their own way by being socially exclusive to people that they don't
some people
believe
may
in.
be intentionally cruel and those people may be banned, but there are plenty of cases, and we know that of people that are just
But
holding a
do
separate
you think I'm
belief.
defending those cases? Because I'm not.
Well, you're saying that you agree with me that those people shouldn't be banned. However, you're saying that this same notion that people are that are hateful towards the trans people, they should be banned. The difference is the problem is how you define hateful, because oftentimes trans people will define any disagreement with their trans ideology as hate. You see, the problem is that people can aggressively mischaracterize what someone said and aggressively victimize themselves to take advantage of
Well,
people like you's empathy. And that's where it gets
well,
really
well,
tricky.
well,
Yeah.
the problem is that the people that are playing judge, jury, and execution in these situations, they're sympathetic to trans causes and they're trans themselves. Those are the people that are running the tournaments in the first place. So like, they're naturally going to be biased. They're going to be biased. Like it's selective enforcement.
Don't you
This is why parallel economy is happening.
Well, yeah, I think there might be
Yeah.
actually some probably some sociological like like reason for this. Don't you think it might be that people who are running the events tend to be sympathetic to this because they care about the community and they care about including everyone? I
I
feel
think
like
Yeah,
they're
I'm getting a
afraid. I
lot
think
of
they're
pushback
afraid.
for that, but
yes, and
I think they're afraid.
we gave them the power to even run these tournaments in the first place because, like I said again, the OGs taught them how to run the tournament. They didn't just start it on their own. We let them in. We showed them the ropes, and now they're abusing the power.
and
That's
I'm
the
like I
sure
said,
problem.
there's examples of
and
that. Go on, sorry.
There's
also,
so many
I'll
examples.
say this, right? Because you're saying this under the context of, oh well, it was just a cut and dry like ban. Like I said before, cancel culture is happening. It's not just, oh, they just pointed at this guy and said, hey, you're banned. No, it's they write hit pieces, they go after people's sponsors, companies that they go after their livelihoods,
Yeah,
things like those
that's all bad.
underhanded tactics that constantly happen. It's just not, oh, because we're looking at the inclusivity. No, that is a lie. That is a blatant, bold-faced lie because they engage in cancel culture. Like I said before, I was recently targeted on social media, for being, for quote unquote violent speech or whatever, when they didn't even have the tweet. And I had multiple amounts of proof that people were targeting me, like mass reporting me, or for political reasons. So that's what I'm saying to you is, how is that looking after inclusivity when you're just not doing anything like cut and dry? They're like using underhanded tactics like for and cancel culture.
Those
What
people
what
aren't
is
being
that thing?
inclusive. Those people aren't straight up. They're not. Cancel
But
culture
that's most
culture
of the
isn't.
cases of what's happening. It's not just like everybody's just being, just crossed, their names just being crossed off of the TO's list or anything like that. It's they're engaging in in information warfare to where they're using their resources to write political based hit pieces on like Reddit or their like blogs or whatever the case may be. They go and they have like Discord servers filled with people to raid them and constantly mass report them on social media for
Yeah,
these things, and leave
Yeah,
all of these replies and do all of this stuff. They
yeah,
engage in that warfare. They
yeah,
engage in that, And that's
I do
the
have to agree.
problem.
I do have to agree that as somebody that has a big account, there's so many transgenders that want me banned and they're so thirsty to get me banned, but they can't. They can't. Like it triggers them that I'm able to even speak like a dissenting view towards them. It really triggers them. There's thousands of people. I mean, see how big my Twitter is. It's a culture war zone. There's thousands of people that are literally trying to get me banned, even to this day. And what Tanner was talking about cancel culture, there's been thousands of people that have tried to cancel me over the last 3 years.
But
Like
that
it's a real problem.
that's the again. I don't agree with that. I I don't agree with the general sentiment of cancel culture, but I also don't think that like because these people use those tactics that their whole ideology is just wrong because there's definitely people with your perspective that also use those tactics.
Well,
That's
we're not even saying
100%
that
true.
one perspective's wrong, one perspective right. We're just saying
True.
one supremacist
Uh,
and exclusive, and then another
yeah.
just actually
Yeah.
neutral, like
Yeah, I
actually
mean,
letting
like
other
that's
people
not.
play.
Yeah, I mean, like that's not true because like we're not banning transgenders. It's only in one
First of
direction.
all, we're not. Yeah, exactly. It was what
Yeah.
Art's saying. We're not banning like people. I just said I'll run the set with any transgender person. First of all, and second of all, like their numbers far dwarf ours by a considerable margin. You know, like we don't have the army to. Yeah, we are growing in number because this is happening to more and more people every single day. You know, like organically. But we still don't have nowhere near the amount of numbers to even engage in that sort of like like counter warfare that you think we do, where you don't have like big massive servers where we're going to like mass report people or anything like that. We don't do that.
But
We don't have
that
blogs
can
where
happen in the reverse way, and I definitely 100% agree that it is more of a left leaning response to do the whole cancel culture thing. 100%, I recognize that. I'll concede that, but it can happen the other way, and I also don't think that the ideology is wrong just because the tactics of a large portion of it, not even, yeah, it might even be like a majority. If they think those tactics are correct, I don't think their ideology is wrong because of
Yeah,
that.
I mean that's
well,
fine. That's fine because
we
we're
we
trying to
can
just.
argue about
Mhm.
hold on, let me say this. We can argue about ideology until we're blue in the face, but that's ultimately why we're saying like, hey, let's not do that. This is not about ideology. This is not the ideologue game community. This is the fighting game community. You know,
Exactly. We don't
like we're
require that other people concede their belief. We don't require that people. We're not trying to get you to say that your ideology is wrong.
Well,
We
what do
are
you think
just
we
trying to
want?
get. We don't. Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you. We're just trying to get so that you are inclusive. That you, despite other people having a difference in your ideology, they might believe your ideology is wrong. They disagree. We want you to be able to include those people too.
Do
That's it.
you think that there is a case where being exclusive to a certain group would make a even bigger group feel more included? Do you think that's a possibility in this situation that might be happening?
No, no,
Okay.
because the numbers and views, the numbers of people entering tournaments and the number of views watching streams are going down, not going up. Like it was actually more interest and more entrance. Like when the shit talk was flying left and right. There was actually more
That's
interest when it was.
interesting.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, somebody that's been here since day one, the interest was at an all time high when people were talking shit, and like 100 people were like around like one match, and there was money matching left and right, throwing side bets and shit, like on some real ratchet shit, right? Like on some real ratchet and bigoted shit. That's when the views at the all time high. I'm telling you, it's true, bro. I have it
So,
Well,
live.
what if we
I
could
hope some change happens. I actually, guys, I actually got to get going. But
okay.
I think this is a great conversation. Commend you for talking and
No, yeah,
sharing
and
that your
honestly, thank
perspective.
you. I honestly,
Appreciate it.
you gave some really good points, and I'm gonna be
Thank you.
thinking about
I
them.
think we agree on a lot. You
I think
said
we
that
do.
you think it's wrong for people being banned for holding their beliefs that differ from trans ideology. I mean, that I didn't expect that. You actually believe they should not be banned for that. I think you'll be surprised if you check out some more cases. Look at a rookie. Look at Shiz.
I wrote
But I
it down.
appreciate you. Not asking you to completely abandon your belief. I would prefer that. I think you should, hey, I believe my belief is right, but that's fine. We don't need that in order to play the game. But yeah, anyways, thanks, Art. Thanks.
All right, good night, Mac, man.
Have a good night.
And thank you for coming
Good
here
night,
and
Mac.
giving your
Thank you.
perspective.
Thank you for showing up. Greatly appreciate it.
Mm.
Yeah. Is this
All
a good
right.
time for
So
me to hop in? Can
I'll
you guys
say
hear me?
yeah, we can hear you. I'll say this, and then I gotta dip too. So pretty much, no matter what's happening between ideologies or whatever the case may be, the fact of the matter is that there is more often than not one side engaging in this sort of like cancel culture behavior there. And not only that, but it's only a specific region that's doing that as well, which is, the North American, the Western region, like Europe, just
Yeah, the Western
like
part.
English speaking
Yeah.
countries are the ones doing that, as opposed to like, Eastern countries. The Middle East isn't like engaging in that sort of stuff. Middle East, China, Korea, they're not really, well, Korea is like the landscape's changing a little bit, but yeah, overall, like more than often than not, and the reality of the fact is that there are a lot of, like, whether you agree with it or not, like Saudi Arabia right now, in combination with the tariffs, and believe it or not, there are things that I agree and disagree with on the right as well. So, but the economy is going to affect everybody in a negative way. Inflation is going to be, it's going to go further and further up. It's at an all time high, and a lot of the bigger like companies, like, and even governments are swooping in and they're buying the dip. And in about 5 years, the landscape is going to completely change to where like Evo is now partnered with the Saudis. Capcom and EWC is a big thing, and you see what's happening with City of the Wolves and it being at WrestleMania under them and all of this other stuff. And the fact of the matter is, like, they're going to actually truly be more inclusive, whether anybody has a specific ideology or not. Like,
Yeah,
they're going
kind
to
of.
move people into the scene outright. So because they can't just care about the bottom line. It just is what it
Yeah,
is. So
yeah, it's kind of where I was getting at. Like they're literally, again, like, and I want you to realize this, yo, they're literally buying the dip because, and like in my view, it's because the trans ideology is becoming so dominant that the views and the entrants are going down, and the ecosystem specifically in North America is suffering. What's happening is, what Henry was trying to say is that large companies and governments are buying the seed for pennies on the dollar anyway, and they're going to be more inclusive because like that's just business. That's just good for business.
So
So like it's gonna end up going that direction anyway, whether the LGBT wants it to or not. So like I'm trying to pretty much paint a picture to saying that, like, yeah, you can have this view, but it's gonna self destruct at the end of the day due to economic forces, regardless of whether who's right or who's wrong.
so I kind of where I want to go with that. Like, if we could show that like there really is no correlation with the increase of um trans ideology and LGBTQ um like like uh acceptance with a like lesser attendance of events. If we could show that that correlation doesn't exist, what would that say? I guess.
I mean, I mean, hey, like, I mean, hey, the numbers don't lie, but like, everything I'm saying right now is literally backed up by facts, and not only, like, because you can see all the time, you can see that number one, like, a lot of events are closing, right, because like they can't stay afloat. Teams are disbanding because they have no sponsors, so players are not able to go to events because they don't have sponsors to fund them to go to events, right? Like, you literally just see it happening all over the
Yeah,
place. And what's
I
happening
work in
is that
esports. I
yo,
understand that
yeah, yeah,
there is a movement right now. Not a movement, but there is like a lot of economic turmoil. 100%.
yeah, and like a lot of that is because like they're prioritizing the ideology or the viewpoint over economic reality, and that just doesn't make sense. Doesn't
I don't think that's why esports is doing bad right now. I think esports is
well, no,
doing
no,
bad
I'm,
because of
I'm
economic reasons.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm just talking in the context of FGC and Smash. Like, I mean, esports, yeah, sure, it's economic reasons because they basically lied to venture capitalists and like they're not getting return on investment.
Oh
But
well,
that's a
yeah,
whole
yeah.
nother, that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story.
Um,
But yeah, in terms of FGC and Smash, it's like yeah, like they didn't have any funding to begin with, and like it's now the numbers, especially the stream numbers, are declining. It's a big problem. It's a huge problem.
Well,
Like
They
we're
literally
not
canceled my
seeing that.
tournament.
We're not seeing that everywhere in
we
my
are.
area. In my area, we're not. We're actually seeing numbers go up, but we're talking about a local area. If you're talking about like
My guy,
a
my
bigger
local, my
region,
local I
sure.
used to run Next Level Battle Circuit had 10 to 15,000 views at its peak for a local. A local. I
Yeah.
had 128 people for a local at one point. 10-year will tell you he knows.
Definitely.
Yeah,
I,
like it's down from that to nothing.
yep, that's nothing compared to
10
what
to
we get.
15. Think about that. 10 to 15,000 people every week.
That is great.
Bigoted as fuck. They were bigoted as fuck.
Yeah, New York, and California is like one
Yeah,
of the top. There's the biggest scenes in the, biggest local scenes in the entire like
yeah,
North American
yeah.
ecosystem. So like
Literally,
that should tell you something.
literally, if you go look at my pinned profile, right, my pinned video on my profile, the video of me playing at my local, right, and that was when Street Fighter 5 first came out. There was 128 people in that tournament. 15,000 people watched on the stream, and the arcade was packed to the brim, full of bigots, full of bigots. I mean, like I'm saying that sarcastically, but yeah,
No, yeah, I get what
yeah,
you're trying to say with
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Um,
Also, just as a quick example, I started a tournament here in California, and it was canceled
Mhm.
by a political activist.
what happened?
I just want to jump in since
Oh,
we're talking about viewership. Since we're talking about
Yeah.
viewership, I come from Melee. I don't know where you guys come from. In Melee, the viewership objectively has gone down significantly since 2021. It peaked with Summit 11 and then starting with Summit 12, everything in late 2021 when they started bringing in the pronouns on stream. The viewership tanked. 2024 was the worst year for Melee on Twitch ever. It was terrible. And it's really only getting worse.
and you
So
think that's
the viewership is
because of that
awful.
ideology being pushed more?
I think it's a contributing factor. There are significant other factors, like you could argue that the narratives in the game are bad, like the gameplay is not as fun to watch or something. The personalities aren't big. Like for example, the number 2 player in the world, the number 1 player from 2023, IBDW, he couldn't get sponsored, and
Yeah,
maybe you could
I
argue this is
remember.
partially
No, I
because
remember. Yeah.
of you could argue maybe this is because of his toxic personality. People don't want to touch him, and he's in favor of this ideology, and that's part of the problem with the scene in general, and why the viewership's going down, why people can't get sponsored. It's a bad look for people that aren't invested in this ideology. They come in and they see the pronouns on the stream. For like 3 years, they saw every tournament with masks. Everybody was required to wear masks. You had to get vaccinated to even enter a tournament. It was a soft ban on anyone that didn't get vaccinated. So
Well,
a lot of
that's
people couldn't even
straight up
participate in the
a
scene.
safety thing. That's a safety thing.
Fuck that shit.
That's an art
Fuck that.
comes down to your opinion on the vaccine itself.
Of course.
Was it actually
Yeah.
did it actually prevent people from getting the virus? What like this is how the argument develops if we get into that.
Don't you know the science is unanimous?
Well,
But
I mean,
it was
you
objectively
clearly
a
know my
soft
opinion
ban
on
on
that.
people. It was objectively a soft ban on people that did not get the vaccine for multiple years. I think the nightclub in New York still bans anyone that doesn't get vaccinated.
Yeah.
And we're 4 years after the vaccine
Yeah,
mandates
and
everything.
what ended up happening is that like all the venues in New York except for the nightclub that was taken over, like they removed their vaccine requirements because it was killing the local scene. Like pretty much, I understand at this point we've talked, like, I understand that it's a very leftist point of view when it comes to these scenes, but now it's getting to the point where it's just super destructive. And like what you're seeing right now, I mean, obviously, like my entire chat, most of the people, everybody who's talking to this space is very conservative leaning. What you're basically like you're talking to a part of a growing movement of people that's only going to get bigger, and it's only because like they want to be able to play the game. They don't care like about the ideology. They really don't. And it's only gonna get worse. So, like I said, I'm trying to head this off before it gets worse. Like I don't want separate scenes. I don't. I truly don't.
Well, the thing is that the alternative scenes are actually inclusive. The mainstream scenes are just clicks now. They're clicks that play the game on the side. You have to agree with them politically, and you have to say that like all the time. That's why you see people saying on Twitter trans rights or human rights and stuff like all the time, even though it's unprompted. It's because they have to like recite their allegiance to the ideology in order to keep playing, like in order to keep in the good graces of
And I
everybody.
said that so much. I told you in the beginning when we were first talking, it was just me and you. Like I was down with the ideology for years. They still ban my ass.
Yeah, well, if you
Like,
if you step out of line on anything, then they remove you like systematically.
yeah, it's
So
ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, and it wasn't just me virtue signaling. Like I truly believe. I truly, and they still kick me out, bro. If they kick out, if they kick out, like they kick me out, they're gonna kick anybody out, and then we're
well,
done.
yeah, I mean, they kicked Hacks out. Hacks was like he's a brown guy from New York City. He was a leftist. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like Hacks was on their side politically. It didn't matter. Like he stepped out of line with them on Leffen. He like called them out for being exclusive and a click
yeah. Left
basically in his
protected.
long video. Yeah. And he was gone, like indefinitely banned, and then he got permanently banned a couple of years later after they were super murky about his ban situation. It was ridiculous. They killed him, like basically indirectly killed him because he
I
invested
was
his
on the
entire life into
verge.
the game.
I was on the verge of giving Hacks a 60K deal, a 60K a year deal with my esports company ESTV. We were going to sponsor Hacks and form essentially a new nightclub for Melee and have him a part of our fighting game circuit overall. There are a lot of things that we're doing with our esports company. You know what Hacks told me? He turned me down and he said, I really want to try to get back into the scene, Tenryo. I don't really want to do it. I have the DMs. They're like posted on my social media, and like they essentially they killed him. Like when what technical said, like Smash killed Hacks. It's like, yeah, it really did, man. It really did. And we
there's
didn't care about his ideology. He opposed what we believe in overall. Like I talked to him about certain political things, and he was just like, I'm not with that. Him and his community are like left and on a political scale. So but we didn't care about any of that. We was like, look, man, we don't really care as long as play in our tournaments. I'll give you a sponsorship opportunity, and we'll go from there to where we have our own parallel scene to where we don't really exist inside of it. It's like overall, look at what Nintendo doesn't like financially support the Smash scene overall. Like they actively avoid them. So it's like, yeah, we can. It's not like there's much publisher support, especially for Melee. Like we can easily create our own like parallel scene and pool our own resources into it and eventually overtake the mainstream Melee scene. Like those people eventually start coming to us in that sense. I talked to Hex about it in length, and he just outright said, I want to play with my friends. So you know it's just sad, man. It's just very sad.
Yeah, he
there's
just
a
wanted to play
word
with
that
them, and they totally
yeah,
denied him. They excluded him, ostracized him, destroyed his career, and
it
it,
was
it was
hateful,
totally
is what
yeah.
I'm trying to
It
say.
was. I agree.
The
I
way
mean, they
the way
a
they
lot of these
treated
guys
Hacks
actually
was
did hate him.
hateful. Yeah,
And I wouldn't disagree with any of that. I wouldn't. That's for people who are viewing this right now and like don't really know the context of how this even came about. Like I made a tweet about the hack situation and his account responded and I don't know what's going on with his account, but um yeah, so like I was saying like I was trying to articulate that like I don't believe it's like that cancel culture like is good. Like obviously that's a horrible thing. Like it obviously had a very negative impact on him. Um, but I also don't. I was trying to have a more middle of the road like view on this, and I don't think that because like these more Puritan like pure like you have to be like this perfectly good person to and believe everything we believe mentality. Like I don't believe people should have to adhere to that, but I also don't want like hateful ideology to be something that we tolerate in these communities because I think we are doing the opposite of what like it's going the opposite way that we want to go. We want to make these communities more um
Yo, can I ask you a
accessible.
question?
Go, yeah, please.
Do you think that I'm hateful?
From what you said you tweeted, I'd have to assume you have beliefs that aren't kind to trans people. Yeah,
So you think I'm hateful? That I have hate in my heart?
I don't know you.
Okay, well,
The
I'm
fact that
telling
you
you
couldn't
right
give a
now.
straight answer is like part of the
Yeah,
problem. Like
I'm
when
telling
you're
you right
confronted face
now
to
that
face with these people. Go ahead.
I don't have hate in my heart. I do not hate trans people. I'm telling you that right now.
Okay.
Do you think I'm lying to you?
I have no reason to believe you're lying. No.
Okay, so I'm not hateful. Why can't I be in the scene? Why am I banned?
Did a majority of people think you were hateful?
You think I'm hateful, apparently. I mean, no, I'm not hateful. I've said it 1,000 times. I just don't agree with the statement that trans women are women. I just disagree with that statement, plainly.
Do you
There's no
think?
hate.
Do you understand why some people find that statement hateful?
Yeah, I understand.
So why do you say it? Why did you tweet it?
It's a way for me to oppose the ideology that bans people. It was a way for me to take a side here and say that I don't support what happened to Hacks. This is in 2021, right after he got banned.
I
So,
don't
but there's no hate, and I've made it clear from I put up hundreds of hours of me talking about this subject to prove that I've thought about it. I've done the research. I have a degree in biology from a university. This isn't ignorant. You know, you say the science is unanimous. I disagree with that. I don't come from a place of hate. I've been saying it from the beginning, but what you're telling me right now is I should be banned.
well, again, I think it's very unfair to ask me like what to say about your situation specifically when I don't know the whole context. I like straight up don't. You're saying it's just because you tweeted that tweet, and yeah,
Yes, that's literally what happened.
that
That
probably
is, I have evidence of that.
I have no reason to believe you're lying. I don't, but I also
Okay,
don't
so you
think.
agree I shouldn't be banned. I should be unbanned.
I mean, if I say that and then it comes out that you have been like a horrible person, then like why would I
No,
commit to that? Why
I've
would I
been
commit to
great. I
that?
haven't broken any rules or hurt anybody or insulted anybody. I've gone to events almost every week for a year, the past 2024. Zero incidents. Nothing happened, right? Nothing.
I just
Yeah,
think
well,
yeah.
yeah, well, the problem with that is that let's assume what Matt's saying is true, that like, and we have no reason to believe that he's lying, like, like he's been going to events, non-violent, non-threatening. The problem is that because the LGBT populace in FC and Smash is the majority, it's like I said again, the rule's not evenly enforced. They get like literally what they're the ones throwing death threats at people. They're the ones like writing hit pieces and threatening people to get banned and all this, right? And they do that, and they're able to do that because they have supremacy. There's no consequences. Like there's tons of consequences if we say or do anything that offends them, but there's no consequences like if they even offend or just say hate speech all the time. Like there's a thread from James MK which documents people throwing violence in the FTC and Smash, and 9 out of 10 times it's always some transgender person telling a quote unquote bigot to go kill themselves. It's very
Okay.
problematic.
Do you
Very,
think
very
I
problematic.
want that to happen? Because that's not
Well,
what I
no,
want to
no.
happen
Like,
either.
I think you're a very rare breed. Like, you're the only one out of anybody who agrees with the ideology has been willing to talk to me in like 6 months. And like, this is how, and I have a big enough like Twitter platform that I've begged them multiple times that they're willing to talk to me. Like,
Well,
you're like a rare breed at this point.
should people have to talk about this to have a
Yes,
legitimate
yes,
like
yes.
It's insane that I have to defend my status as a good person in society to play Melee. Like you're asking me, like, oh, are you a good person though? Right?
it's
Like
not
Yeah,
about
that's
like
literally what you're
just
asking me.
being it's about like what you do as a member of the community. If you are saying something that makes other people feel uncomfortable to be around you, then like who are you to tell them that they're wrong for feeling uncomfortable?
Well,
like
here's
they're
the
not
thing.
they're they're not
Who's the
wrong.
arbiter of being what's hateful and, who gets
Yeah, the
banned for
arbiter.
making other people
There
uncomfortable?
isn't a single person, and that's why it matters so
Right,
much
but
what the majority of people think.
everybody that bans these players aligns exactly on the issue. There's no one on the other side that's banning anybody for these things.
Well,
It's never happened.
because to be frank, the other side tends to be a, you guys accept a lot. which isn't inherently wrong, but it's also just
We've also accepted trans people. That's how they got in space.
Yeah, this is part of the problem. This scene is totally inclusive. Their scene excludes anyone that comes out of lockstep at all in
so
any
you
respect.
say you accept those people, but then why don't they want to be part of your space?
Well, because they already have their own space where they exclude us.
Yeah, that's
Also,
what I'm
they
saying. It's
literally
like we
did
let
want to
them
be
into
in the
space.
space. Yeah,
We let them into space, and then they kicked us out of the space.
yeah, they
Yeah.
they did want to be in the space, and we let them in. Yeah.
You're acting like somebody made a decree like let there be trans. Like that's not what happened here. Like
No, like
trans people
like
exist
no,
in
it was
all
natural.
spaces of
It
life.
was natural. Like we didn't decide one day, oh, we're just gonna let trans
Exactly.
people in. Yeah,
Exactly.
like we let
Because
them in.
that's just a good thing to do. Is
Yeah,
to
we let
let
them
these
in because
people
they
in.
love the game.
And,
We let
but
So
them in
fucking
because they
let
love the
us in.
game, and they
Let
took
us
over.
in.
They make the decree now that there are no it's not allowed to be disagreeing with the trans ideology. Now that's the decree. There was no decree to allow them in or to remove them ever, obviously, because they're here making all the rules. But
Yep.
now they're making the decrees to remove all of us.
do you want people to be around in a space that make you feel uncomfortable?
I don't care
I
who makes me
I
feel
I'm
came
not
up
uncomfortable.
like
uncomfortable.
I came
Ah.
up as a top
So
player. I came up as a top player based off people making me feel uncomfortable. Like my entire history. Okay, so like I said, I've been playing for 30 years. I've literally won tournaments in the four digits amount, my guy. I've been playing for 30 years. Literally won like over 1,000 tournaments. And I got that way because people were just shitting on me 24/7. Throughout my whole career, people have been shitting on me. And like I use that to get better.
but that I mean that mentality right there, like that's not
That's what
ideal.
makes
You
that
shouldn't want people to have to go through hell and
that
back to be a part of this
that
community. You shouldn't
that's
want
what
Okay,
that.
makes
wait a
that's
second.
what
What
makes
does make uncomfortable even mean? Like, be uncomfortable? And what does that
Yeah,
even
yeah.
mean?
it's actually very interesting that you bring that up because I think the problem is you don't understand what it does feel like to feel uncomfortable in a space. You don't understand what
That's
it
not
feels
true.
like
That's not
to
true
be
because
somebody
we've all
whose
been
identity is being
no.
questioned by others.
That's not
You're
true
literally
because we've
telling me
all
I'm
been
a bad
canceled.
person. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've had people at this melee tournament crowd up on me, and they're all essentially accusing me of being evil, right?
yeah.
It's uncomfortable as fuck.
Well,
How
yeah,
We
can you
are
because
say
made
of
that we
something
don't?
you said,
uncomfortable.
not
Look,
something you are.
How can you say
What?
well, here's the thing. How can you say that we don't understand it when we've all been canceled? We've all suffered severe repercussions. We
Because of
understand it
things
more than
you've done
anybody else.
or said, not because of who you are inherently.
No, it's because no. Like a lot of things, it's because people have lied. It's not only because of what people have said
I'm
or
sure
done.
there's that too. I don't want to
Yeah, like
act like
that's a
there's
big
not
thing.
that too.
That's a big thing. That's a big thing. It's like
Yes,
the people that
but
are.
I'm not saying that that's okay. And I feel like I keep having to say that. I don't think that the irrational cancel culture is okay. That's obviously not okay. But it's
Well, like,
also not okay to be excluding using
I'm,
excluding language. That's what I believe.
do you have a platform at all?
What do you mean by a platform?
Like a Twitter following or a YouTube channel?
I mean, not anything to actually that matters.
I
No.
want you to come out. I want you to come out and support me being unbanned because now I've shown you that I'm not hateful, right? So that you have no reason to ban me.
Well, okay. Again, this you're acting like I know you. I don't. I've actually know your situation. I do remember it. I actually do remember it, but I don't know you. I can't. I can't
So what would it
commit
take?
to
I gotta
that.
buy you a beer and we gotta sit down and become friends. And then now that we're friends, you can see that I'm a good person in my heart.
I
And
mean,
now I can be let
I,
back in.
that's
Like,
the
I
what are
think
thing.
we
what's
talking about?
I would need a lot more like justification and like I would need to know
I
a lot more about you.
the problem is like I think that even if you did that, Matt, and he actually requested for him to be unbanned, he would get so dogpiled by his side of the road that like it would never happen.
Also, that would probably happen too.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
yeah,
make a
like,
point
yeah,
that it's like,
exactly,
why do I have to prove anything to anybody?
exactly.
Yeah, like I have friends in the scene. Like I'm part of the scene. There are right. This is so frustrating.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah,
I'm sure it is.
yeah,
And
it's very frustrating, but it is
I have
helping to help
sympathy
us
for
out.
it. I really do. I have sympathy for it. But I don't think that like we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater here. The ideology that you think this other side, like you think we're a monolith of people that are like have a
No, we're not.
religion.
Like
We have a
we've said
religious
that.
like
We've said that. I said that to you multiple times. Like, no, it's not like a monolith of people. It's like they're all independent. They're all independent, but
but a
they
lot of
but
people have been saying that it is like a monolith of
no,
people.
it's not. It's not a monolith. Like I understand it's not a monolith, but the people that do dole out the bans, they are a monolith though. The
Well, no,
small group of
but
people
that
that are in
yeah,
power right now,
I don't think that's
yeah,
everybody who is doing that. I truly don't. I truly don't think it's everybody like who's doling out the bans. I don't think it's a monolith. I really don't.
it is. Like I mean, just look at Smash CSRP. CSRP is a monolith. Come on now.
Oh shit! I was gonna make a website about that.
Yeah, like even I don't play Smash and I can see that. Like they're more of a monolith than they are FGC.
Sure.
Like CSRP has bans on a global scale. On a global scale. Like at least in FGC, when you get banned from one game in some tournament circuits.
Yeah.
It's not like a monolith as much as Smash. Smash, because it's the few number is only like Melee and the current Smash game. It's a monolith. It's a monolith. And I'm not saying that all trans people are the monolith, but I'm saying that the people that dole out the bans, they're definitely a monolith. Definitely a monolith.
They all believe exactly the same thing about everything. So whether it's organized or not, they all move in the same direction.
I just don't think it's like this like woke mob that is like taking over everything. I think they have taken over a lot of things in your view because they are accepted as the status quo. And I don't think that's necessarily wrong. And it might be that they're being more accepted because there is like that um overreaction of empathy to make them feel more included, but I don't think that's necessarily wrong. I think that's actually a good thing. I think I we could go into like really um like granular territory and talk about like affirmative action and stuff like that. But I do truly believe that bringing in people of a different perspective helps make other people of that perspective feel more
Yeah,
included in a space.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
you're
so
right.
include me,
Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly.
motherfuckers. God damn it!
Hey, I have nothing to
I
do
have a
with you
different
being
perspective.
bad, bro. You're preaching the wrong guy.
Well,
Yeah, nah, like
it's one
yeah,
of the
nah, it's
things that was
cool.
interesting about the melee scene to begin with when I first started showing up in like 2013, 2014, in that range, was how diverse and interesting the people were.
Yeah,
Like that was part of the thing,
that's something I love
right?
about Smash as well. Yeah,
Yeah, but it's no longer that way. It's becoming less diverse.
Yeah, now everybody acts the same way because back to this topic of people feeling uncomfortable. Now, if you at all disagree with this prevailing sentiment about, transgender ideology or leftist politics or whatever, now you feel uncomfortable to speak your mind because you could face serious repercussions for it. And so it's a chilling effect. Anyone that agrees with that, all of a sudden now they all stay silent. Nobody talks about that. And overall, the personalities in the game have dimmed because everybody doesn't want to speak their mind on anything. They walk on eggshells all the time. Nobody wants to tell the truth about anything. Nobody wants to speak their mind. Nobody wants to call other players out because that could be seen as harassment and hateful, like hacks, and you get permanently banned. So everything's super plain vanilla. There's no excitement. It's incredibly
I
boring,
don't
and
know
that's
why
part of the
that
reason why people are
matters so
tuning out.
much to y'all. Like, and I hear that being repeated. Like,
Why, do you hear what's coming out of your mouth?
So if you don't understand why, this is why like I gotta start releasing like old VODs of the old scenes because like you gotta see the old tournaments to really understand. You really gotta see
Yeah,
it to really understand.
why do you guys care if it's exciting? What if it's just boring? Let's just have it be boring forever.
well,
That's
I'm
what you're
not even
saying.
saying it's boring. I think what is exciting
It's
to you guys
I'm t-
is
I'm telling you, it's
exciting,
boring.
but like I personally don't think it's boring, and like there's still people who come around and are part of
All
the
of the
scene and
most
they don't think it's
watched
boring.
clips all of the most viewed clips from Melee are like more than 5 to 10 years old. They're like
Of
all in the.
course.
That's more of a
That's for all.
commentary
That's for
on
both
Melee.
teams.
I hate to say, but sure.
Yeah, the most viewed VODs in Melee history are stuff like Chillin' versus Leffen, the Salty Suite with the rap.
Of
It's
course.
stuff like
And
that.
the
The
salty
hype,
and the
you know?
salty suite was something that like myself and Gutex created in the FGC. So the Smash
Hell yeah.
community actually borrowed the all the hype and the rawness of the FGC and brought it to their own community, and that shit blew the fuck up. And now what? Now 2025. There's no salty sweets. There's no shit talk. Nothing. It's whack. Whack as fuck.
But there's still like, and I mean, yeah, it is a lot more milk toast in the way that like there is a lot less shit talk. 100%.
So what?
I
So
don't
whack.
think
So
that's
boring.
necessarily wrong. I really don't think it's necessarily wrong. I think
What
it's
the?
different.
It's so wrong. It's literally wrong. We need it to be exciting and fun.
What's the point then? Like, what's
Yeah.
what's even point of having a tournament then?
I mean,
There's no
if people
there's
are
no tension.
and again, you'll say that like numbers are down, which we could debate on and
I
see.
can back that
Obviously,
up.
Melee
I
is
can
going
back that
down
up with
too,
metrics.
but
I can
like
show you the metrics. It's like
Ultimate's
I'm not just making
doing
that up.
fine. That's the community I know the best. Ultimate's doing fine. It's not doing amazing. It's not doing like it's been pretty stagnant since the for the
I
last
mean,
couple
dog,
years.
like the
So.
sponsors are dropping out. Like, ain't
Well,
nobody
that's
sponsoring.
economic. That's economic, and I don't think
I
that
mean,
has
like
anything to do with culture war stuff.
I mean, like the
No,
whole
but if
scene,
it
the whole scene runs off economics.
100%, but
exactly,
I
and
don't
they
think it's
drop
because of
out
culture
because
war.
viewership drops, and the viewership drops because it's gotten so lame. So the economics is following the drop in how exciting it is.
I really don't think that the viewership in Ultimate has gone down much. So
Just go to
Well,
Twitch. Just go to any stream metrics site. You can see it. You can see it. You literally look this up. It's all documented online. Look it up.
I mean, but
They've all dropped, my dude.
so even if they were dropping, like especially so again, Ultimate's my main thing. I'm not Melee. I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
FGC.
I understand.
But so even if Ultimate was falling off, which it very well could be, like would 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 it dropping off be a would you be able to say definitively that it's because of the woke ideology being
It's
promoted?
because it's boring. It's, yeah, no, like I'm saying, it's dropping off because it's boring as fuck.
Or maybe
Like they
it's
don't.
just dropping off because it's an older game now that's like hitting
No,
the end of its
no, like
lifespan.
Melee is 20 years old, and
Yeah,
like
but
it's
Melee
still
is a
getting
different
people.
beast than Smash, and also Melee is dropping off as
No,
well. So
yeah, but like because it's going through the same problem.
we
Just
can't
because the game's
prove.
older, just because the game's
Yeah,
older doesn't automatically mean it's gonna have less views. It's like
and
of
if
course not.
anything, like the most exciting part like of a game is when it's end stage meta game and people are really experienced. That's like 5 to 10 to 15 years in, and that's kind of like where Melee's at. But like, it's getting destroyed because like yeah, like they're not letting ninjas rock, bro.
we
Storylines
can't
matter.
technically prove that it's because of the ideology. I don't know if
Yeah,
there's
we
a way
can't.
to
We can't.
prove
Yeah,
definitively.
I don't think there is.
You know,
And so we could talk about it and like it could be very nebulous. But I really don't like if you guys want to blame it on that, sure. But if it's not, then like, okay, then what?
Then like basically how to let economics play itself out. It's like
What
like
yeah.
which
Then melee
which
just
is gonna happen no matter what.
sucks. Yeah,
Melee just sucks.
yeah. Like that's if the game's just gonna die, it's just like then melee sucks. But I don't think any of us believes that. So the game's exciting, and there's really no reason it can't be played at a high level in another decade.
Yeah, I think part of the
I
problem with the
agree with that.
decline of Melee is the presentation of the game. Like I said, with the pronouns on screen and everything, it's just a very unappealing thing to people outside of the echo chamber.
yeah, it's so
But
wild.
I also want to say that I just looked at the numbers. Yeah, Ultimate has definitely been declining since 2023. The viewership numbers on Twitch have declined significantly. Just want to say that.
Yeah, of
For
course,
sure.
yeah, of course. It's like I don't gotta be a part of the ultimate scene to say that. Like I already know that, bro. It's
And you
like
think it's
I be
because
watching.
pronouns are on screen and like we're adopting the
Yes, yes. It's
ideology.
so lame and boring.
I can't say
Like,
anything about
about that
Ultimate
makes
specifically,
it
but I think that with
boring?
Melee, it's definitely been a factor. I mean, one of the multiple factors in the
What
decline.
about that? What about that makes the experience worse for you?
because okay, if
It,
Chill and Dude
it
released
alienates
that
anyone that
video,
is not on that political side. If
and
you come
Why?
in and you're, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, you know, the chillin' dude video that started the whole thing with him and Leffen.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like if you, I would, I can't prove this, but if he dropped that today, he'd be banned for harassment.
I would have to go back and watch it. I don't know, remember exactly what was said, but you might, sure, maybe.
I mean, there'd be an argument for it, right? So like the shit talk has gone away because everybody's kind of afraid to say anything slightly out of line to anybody.
Well, unless
Man,
they're a banned player,
And
then you can say whatever you want.
they're just gonna make me post more old VODs of just people just talking shit and just showing the rawness and how much better it was.
No,
and we haven't even talked about Zion. We have this player who's possibly one of the best players on earth, and we don't know. We haven't seen him play at Genesis Big House, right? Like
why is that? I'm not familiar with that situation.
he's banned for some bullshit. I don't know, Twitter
For what
bullshit. It seems
exactly?
like.
Zion retweeted a stone tossed comic on Twitter, and then he was banned from Hungrybox's tournament. And after that, he has not been allowed to enter any major tournaments, even though they haven't come up with a public, global ban statement like they did for hacks. He's just banned globally because he's banned from Hungrybox's online tournament that doesn't exist anymore for a stone tossed retweet.
Okay, I don't know.
But it's hateful. He's hateful though. He's a terrible bigot. He's hateful. That's one, right?
Again, we've been doing this for a while now, so and I got a fucking heights. I won't lie. So
Yeah. I was gonna wrap it up soon because like I'm getting pretty
I
tired.
do want to say, I'll say this, and I'm gonna go piss. Like I do have a lot of sympathy for people who have been like banned, and really don't feel like it's um justified because like obviously like I think cancel culture definitely does go too far. But I don't want you guys to paint the entire other side as these really unreasonable people because like while a lot of them might seem like that on the outside, like we just
Yeah, I
want
know.
you to respect other people, like, and
Then like
that's really it.
then bro, like a great way to bridge that divide would like get some more people to talk in these spaces, bro. You're like a minority over here, the only one willing to do it.
Well, I'm pretty
Like
used to being
as
a
you can see,
minority. I won't lie.
I mean, hey, like as you can see, like like the quote unquote bigots, ain't nobody jump you here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Ain't
Yeah,
nobody
that one
jump you
guy was
here.
pretty loud, but he was all
Well, yeah, Tenryo's
right.
pretty loud, but like at least when Tenryo was loud, I let it be 1-on-1. I ain't
No,
trying
and
to jump in. You
honestly,
know what I'm
he
saying?
wasn't even that bad himself. Like he like
Hmm.
yeah. I obviously disagree
Yeah,
with
but you get
all
my
of y'all,
point though.
but
Like, yeah, but you get my point. Like, even in a space full of all conservatives, like, ain't nobody jumping you, bro. Like, like, we ain't shutting down your throat. We're letting you get your points across. You know what I'm saying? Hope I kept it pretty balanced.
no, honestly, yeah, you've been good with that. You've been good with that.
Yeah, of course. I
I'm an
mean, I get
evil
it, bro.
motherfucker. I have to be as loud as possible in
Yeah,
order to get my
Tenryo.
point across.
Like, if anything, like, I give Tenryo props because the fact that he was so assertive moved the conversation forward. And, like, I thought that was hilarious.
It was all good. It was all good.
Yeah, thanks
Yeah,
for talking to us. I'll say
yeah,
that.
No,
yeah,
for sure.
awesome. Yeah, awesome, man. And again, like if you can find anybody like on your side of the tracks that's willing to talk, like I would greatly appreciate it. Like, are you more than happy to have more of these talks with them? And like I said, like at the end of the day, we're all humans. Like I firmly believe that ain't nobody truly like a bigot here, and everybody's just kind of overreacting. And I want to get back to playing. I want to get back to playing like the games that we all love, and I think like everybody here definitely shares that segment. But we're not going to do it unless we talk. So I do give you a lot of props for coming on. Sorry I did the space with you late. I know I was supposed to do like a week ago.
Fine, bro.
Shit got caught up. But yeah,
You're a human being. You
definitely.
got stuff going on. I get it.
Yeah, I got stuff going on, but yeah, nah. Like I mean, I was definitely willing to talk to you, and I did honor my promise. I told you like what the conversation was going to be about beforehand. I gave you the topics.
Not for sure.
I kept my word. I wasn't gonna. We're gonna have like a one-on-one first before we have a general conversation. Hope I filled that for you.
Not for sure, for sure. And honestly, I do hope we have more conversations like this because I don't think we get anywhere by not having these conversations. And I get not everybody wants to have them, but like I'm here, man. I love this stuff. Like this is what I kind of live for. So I'm all about it. And honestly, it'd be cool if we did like we come back and we do some more.
Yeah, definitely Holly's time in the future, and definitely see if you can get some more people on your side of the tracks to come on.
I'll
You know,
see what
just
I can
so
do.
yeah, just so we can get talking. Anybody want to leave their final thoughts? You know, I'll start with Tenrio, and then go down the list. Tenrio, you got anything to say?
Uh, well, I will say this, right? The only thing that is going to happen in the near future, and this is not something, I hear people talking about parallel economies. I mean, yeah, that is true, but more often, the actually reality. I'm echoing off of someone, but
Oh, sorry, I think it's me. I'm gonna mute.
all right, cool. Uh, the reality of the situation is that in about, I would say, maybe like a decade or so, um,
Give
the
us
dip is going to
5 years,
be
bro.
part. Yeah, about 5 years or so. I'd say give or take 5, 10 years to 10 years. Like the Saudis are going to just buy up everything, and there's going to be less of cancel culture, whether the people that have the control of the current power structure like it or not. So it's either you guys understand that, you know, what we're saying is just like edgelord stuff, and you guys, well, not you guys, not you, but people who have the current control over the power structures, like play along, get along. Well, we don't have to all get like kumbaya, get along or whatever. We don't have to like each other, but we all exist in the same space. We should be able to like have the common decency to play games with each other. It's either that, or in the future, like it's going to go to all of the appointed suits, and there's going to be like a drastic change within the community, whether you have a say in it or don't. So that's just, I would say that's a warning, sort of. It's not a threat. It's just the reality. That's just the reality of the situation. That's just what's going to happen. So, but otherwise, like me personally, I don't care what your political ideology is. I don't really care for that sort of thing. I have my own personal belief set. I work for a political nonprofit myself. Some of the people in this space probably, know who I am and what I do, what I'm about. But overall, like I don't care what you believe in. I just want to run the set. So thank you guys for having this space. Art, greatly appreciate it. Yo yo, sorry I can't if I like jumped on you
You good,
initially,
bro? You good?
but
I
yeah,
take
No,
it.
just fucking.
it was the most entertaining part of the space.
It definitely was. It definitely was.
Go ahead.
But yeah,
Yeah,
just sometimes you have to, man. Like you have to get the point across, and like you can't be there has to be like some sort of, we have to come together as a community overall and just play the games. Like that's what it should be about at the end of the day. Like fuck the politics, fuck the anything external going on. Like yeah, what's happening in your life? It's like you go into a job and you don't bring the attitude. They tell you to leave your attitude at the door when you come in, you work, you don't take out your life on like your customer or anything like that. It's like the same thing. So, we just have to coexist to a certain degree. And that's just my opinion. So, thank you guys for having me. And I'll see you guys on the next one.
Peace.
yep, yep. Yo yo, any final thoughts?
Thank you guys for having the discussion. Yeah. I don't think we're all a bunch of people that can't have these discussions, bro. Like I came through.
You're the
I
only
hope I
one. You're the
represented my
only
side
one
all
so
right.
far. Yeah, no, no, you're the only one so far. Mad props. Like
we're,
I just wish more people on the side of the fence would just come through and talk, bro. Because
I hope we
like I
can get
said, like
more people on my side to
it's
come
literally,
through.
bro. It's literally been a situation where we've been holding these spaces for months, and like literally, I mean, I know you're on the ultimate side of the tracks, so you don't see it, but literally, there be situations where it's like people just screen cap the space and they're like, "Oh, like, all these Nazis talking in the chat, don't listen." It's
In
just
my
retarded. Like, come
personal
on. Of
Discord, somebody did like somebody screen capped the space and
course
like
they
saw
did.
me in there and they put Hitler right next to it. So
Of course they did, bro. Of
it's
course they
like
did.
in my personal Discord, bro. Like what the
Bro,
fuck?
bro, just remember, like, I grew up as a former leftist and progressive. Like, I know all these tactics, man. Like, I know how they do, bro. I deal
Nah,
with it. I deal with it every day. Like, especially, like I said, especially with my account. Like I said, like my account. I used to have close to 50K followers, bro, before cancel culture hit. Now I'm at 33K, right? But yeah, not like I deal with this shit like every day, you know. So like I see it all the time. So you know, I hope I got my point of view across, and like you know, like you don't and yeah, better understanding that I'm not this crazy motherfucker that just hates all gays and trans. You know, it's not like that at all. You know, just frustrated with the current situation.
Sure.
West Falls, you got anything else?
No, I just want to echo the sentiment that I'm happy that you participated in the conversation. Everybody else that's on this political side kind of just wants to act like either we don't exist or they just want to like slander us 24/7. So like I
That's
said, I do appreciate you coming out for the conversation.
That's so
You're welcome.
funny. Like I mean, I knew it was gonna happen. Like with the screen caps, you know, hey, it's only a matter of time. That like someone's gonna screen cap and say, "Oh, Hitler," literally Hitler.
Yeah, every
literally,
time.
literally Hitler.
Yeah,
Literally Hitler. Yep.
every single fucking time, dude. It never fails.
In my own,
But
like a close personal friend of mine too. I'm about to get his ass.
bro, like get him, bro. Be like, bro, like we trying to fix shit right now. Like, what's up? Like, what's up, my G? Yeah, guys. Like I see the feedback on Twitter. Like it seems like the responses like were really, it was really engaging conversation. You know, like definitely send this space out to some of your homies, yo. You know, like I'm gonna blast out on Twitter as well. You know, like I know a lot of the trans have me blocked, but I hope they'll give it a listen. You know, they might not, but on
I,
the off chance that some of
a
them
lot of
do,
them don't have me blocked, so maybe.
well, yeah. Like, I mean, like
Figured it out there.
I mean, you're leftist, so none of them have you blocked. But it's a situation where, like, if you're not,
They might
if
not.
you're not a liberal in these gaming spaces, it's like literally half the scene will block you. So like, it's crazy. Like you think about it, because like I'm getting all this traction on this account, even though like I'm blocked by like half the community. Like it's, I just shows you how crazy it is. But yeah, guys, definitely make sure you follow everybody in the space. You know, like I'm Arturo Sanchez, NYC Furby, long time FGC player, playing for 30 years. You know, follow me on Twitter as well. And you know, thank you guys all for coming. I hope you guys all have a good night. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that was actually kind of fun. That was actually kind of cool. Sorry I didn't read any of the chat. I was trying to be a good little noodle. Should have tapped me in. I don't know, Lyak. You're a young guy. Probably wouldn't have helped me much. I gotta piss like a fucking donkey. I gotta fucking piss. I will be right. I'm gonna piss and then we'll do a little wrap up. Holy fuck, that was a whole thing, bro. That was a whole thing. Holy, that was a lot. That was a lot. I wasn't kidding. Somebody, Xander literally, like, in the Discord, took a screen cap of the Twitter space and put Hitler. Fucking funny. Fucking funny. But okay. That was a thing. That was the thing I just did. That was cool. I honestly enjoyed myself. I took a drink beforehand because I didn't think the guy would actually follow through tonight, but he did. He actually did. So I feel like he was kind of trying to get past all that. Oh shit! Fuck yeah! I'm already getting fan mail. Let's go. Cool. But yeah, that was fun. That was a good time. I really enjoyed that. I am a psychopath and I really enjoy that stuff. They were trying to get you. You're good at PR. I appreciate that. I'm a very likable person. But yeah, I think that went pretty good. I do think that went pretty good. There were definitely moments like I didn't fight back enough. You should get into politics. I mean, bro, what more is there to get into? I'm already kind of in there. Mayor, you're insane. I didn't fight back as much as I probably should have on certain things, but that is what it is. You can't win them all. And I felt like if I pushed back more, it could have gotten more unwieldy, but I think I represented my side pretty well, even without kind of going more ham. But that's how I like to approach these things. I know a lot of like debaters, they tend to be a lot more aggressive, but that's not how I want to handle that. You wrote something very interesting. There are two groups whose objective is to make the most inclusive space. I say that it's best for they both exist, and the one that actually is more inclusive have more people. I mean, yeah, I think that's kind of what they were talking about, and I think there's actually some merit to that. I think we're seeing a lot of situations now where people are dividing based on political standings, and the people who are like being pushed away by the leftists are making their own spaces, and those spaces are getting bigger because there are more and more people who are feeling disillusioned with the left and their anti-inclusivity. So I get it. I get that. And I see that potentially being a road in the future for FGC stuff. I don't want it, obviously, but I could see that being the case. And I do think we would have the advantage. I think leftists would have the advantage. I should have called them out on knowing what secular meant, because he definitely. That's about it. But all right, I'm fucking tired. I'm going to work tomorrow for a little bit, so I should probably go to sleep. I'm going early too. There's something else. Good, I'm getting a bunch of follows. But yeah, there's definitely things that I'll probably look over this and consider how to handle better next time. I want to do more of this. I want to have more of these discussions, so we'll see what kind of scrambles and scrapes I can get into. Oh, that was fun. I never got to really go full political, and I feel like even there I didn't really get to go full political. But when that one guy got in and he was loud, like I was like, oh shit, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Like it's literally like that feeling you get when you get super into like a match of like Smash. Oh. That's definitely something I'm good at. I get in my element when I'm like pressure. I love that. But all right, it's time. It's time to go to sleep. Thank you guys for watching. And I remember that guy's situation. I straight up do. I remember his situation. That's so funny. That's so funny. I remember his situation, but I don't know him. Like, how the fuck am I gonna like say if you should be banned or not? But yeah, I don't know. That was so funny. It was a good talk. It was a good talk. Freaking some people, I recognize some names that were watching. Mandalord was watching. I don't know. Probably the best response you could conjure. I'm glad. I feel like that was a good response. I feel like that was a good response. But all right. I'm gonna sign off for tonight. Thank you guys for watching. I should be streaming an actual game tomorrow, so tune in for that. Probably some Pokemon Arceus and then some multiplayer thing. We'll see. All right. Peace. Ugh. And a hiccup or burp.